Hello. We're here. You know me. Never early, never on time. Hello, guys. Let's have a look at Raid. Not the background. Get myself sorted here. How are we all doing? I am still recovering from the weekend. What a weekend it has been. Oh, like the moment we come on stream, the cat suddenly decides now it wants to wake up. What have you done over here, crazy animal? Slacker. Oh well, we got a lot to cover today. Let me just sort the cat out a second. What have we done here? There we go. Let's of course bribe the cat time. Lennart, thank you for becoming a minion. My tardiness does not reward, but apparently does. Hello. Thank you. Very much appreciative. So yeah, this weekend was a lot of IKEA flat pack building. Like, you know you're getting old when building a couple of cabinets doesn't sound like that much of a deal. And then you build a couple of cabinets and then you're still recovering 2 days later. My wrist was busted up, my back hurt. Granted, I had to paint the room as well, so it's not like I just did that. Yeah. I didn't drop it, you dropped it. There you go. So, you have a swollen ankle. Do you know what? My knee. I said a few months ago, like I was having problems with my knee and my legs. Kind of solved the problem with the legs. That was just a vitamin issue. You know, vegetarians, winter, doesn't really end well. But every so often, my right knee decides it just wants to, like, you know, go crazy. Saint Kid sending me a "You are amazing." Wow. Well, you are amazing for being amazing by sending that to me. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Welcome. So, yeah, so I had to paint the room because when I bought the house, the bedroom basically came with what you would call the biggest wardrobe you've ever seen in your life. You know it's so big because they didn't even bother painting behind it. They just painted around it. So I finally got rid of the wardrobe. I finally wanted to do it after like 5 years of living here. The thing was huge. I wasn't using it. It was falling apart. Got rid of it. And then, of course, had a massive grey block on the wall with a whitewashed wall. So painted that. Then we built the new cabinets. But Lord above. I think I started at like 10 a.m. and I finished at 1 in the morning. That's it. Last one. Then you're done. You're all done. That's it. No more. No, it's just so I basically got, I had a huge wardrobe and it was like, it wasn't really that, it was bigger than it actually gave you space for. It's one of those types of things where it was just chunky. So I wanted something a little bit more manageable. So I went and got like a little packs. You got pictures for us? I don't know if I can send pictures. Let me see if I can open them. Let's try and do this without exposing the world's secrets, shall we? Yeah, that'll do. There you go. That picture. So this is like the final finished product. Looks pretty good, right? I mean, it still needs to be, you know, decorated a little bit, but I'm pretty happy with that. That's it's not a bad day's work, that. As you can see, had to paint everything, had to fill lots of little cracks, and like if you imagine the wardrobe before basically went all the way from the window all the way to the other wall, and it also came into basically where the door line is. So you literally had no space. It like literally no space. So it was just ridiculous. That looks like 20 minutes work. Well, there was another bookshelf which is outside the room, which I totally didn't measure the gap. I measured wall to banister, not like skirting board to banister. So currently it's on an angle because I'm 2 millimeters out. So yeah, I'm a big fan of like earthy kind of like oceanic colors. So that's kind of like why I wanted to go natural. How hard can it be to put together? To be honest, Greffin, it wasn't really the fact that it took a while. It's just the fact that there's lots of components. So like, for example, the unit here, that to build like 3 drawers alongside the cupboards. The wardrobe's got like components and parts in it. I had to drill the holes for the handles. So there's lots of things that like shouldn't take long, but took an extra 10 to 15 minutes. And some of the instructions, I kid you not, like some of the instructions were not helpful because they were showing you like zoomed in pictures of which hole it needed to go into, but not actually giving you an explanation as to what you did with everything else around it. So it was like it only showed you one side. So you had to try and figure out if you had it the right way around. And I'm notorious for building things back to front. I guarantee you if it's a flat pack, I'll put something on back to front. And I did. I put the handles on back to front. So I had to re-drill another hole. So of course, I was basically up all day Saturday, and we had events all day. And then Sunday, I was wrecked. I was so tired, and I had to go to my mum's to do a couple of other things. So I had to do the entire weekend's events in 3 hours last night, which I managed to do. You fell off your roof trying to get your cat down. Well, those cats are pesky. I hope you're all right. Cats are notorious. I bet she's standing there looking at you, going, "Why are you on the floor?" Probably. So, what's the equation for determining if you want War Master or Giant Slayer? Generally, Ada, the way that I do it is I basically look at the number of accounts. How many scrolls are we on here? Oh, we've still got quite a bit to go. I look at the number of attacks divided by the cooldown. So, for example, I show you this in a second, right? So they got an A1, A2, A3. What we basically do is we go attacks. Right, so War Master is going to have 1, 1, and 1. Right? Now, what we basically do is we work out the cooldown as well. So what we want to do is go like here, put that to here, and go cooldown. So imagine if you've got a 0, 3, and a 4 turn cooldown. This attacks 3 times, this attacks 1 times, this attacks 2 times. What you're going to do is you're going to subtotal these. You're going to say, okay, cool, I'm attacking 6 times over those rotations. 6 times I'm attacking. So each individual hit has a chance to proc Giant Slayer. But obviously we only attacking over here 3 times. Now, we're not quite warmed up yet, so we'll have to do the math properly here because I'm probably messing this up already. But of course, you want to make sure you're dividing it based on the cooldowns. So actually what you want to do is you want to multiply this by the cooldown. Okay? So you actually want to go like this. Is it multiply or divide? I always forget. I think it's multiply, and then you divide it back down, right? I always forget the method to do this. It's been a minute. Pretty sure you multiply it, and then you basically do this, and then you basically go like that, that plus 1, 8. And then I'm doing this wrong. It's been a minute since I've done this. Do that. Like that. That's the way you work it out, right? Yeah. I think this is the way you work it out, right? So the way you work it out is you basically work out how many hits you're going to have. It could be a divide. And then you divide it by the odds. Let me see if I can find my old spreadsheet. My old spreadsheet was to do it. Yeah, I'll zoom in a sec. I'm not going to show you my bad math if I've done it wrong. I don't remember how to do it. Yeah, I know. Total hits Giant Slayer. Trying to remember the exact way it works. Total hits War Master. Turns, War Master proc percentage that. Yeah. M8. Yeah. It's trying to remind me. Number of hits per skill, 1. It's been a minute since I've done this. J4 times L4. Number of hits, number of attacks. Yeah, so you basically work out, this is kind of like the way you do it. You basically work out the rough way of doing this, right? So you basically take the cooldown. What we want to do is work out how many hits you're getting in a rotation. So we don't really give a damn about the cooldown, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say in one rotation, we're getting this. We're getting 6 attacks. Here we're getting 1, 1, 1. So we're getting 3 attacks. So the way you want to work it out is over one rotation. I mean, you could do it cooldowns, actually. Cooldowns are probably better because you actually then get like the average rotation. So if you think the maximum rotation is going to be 4 turns, okay? So you're basically going to have one count of A3. So you're going to have 3 hits. It's going to basically go A3, A2, A1, A1. That's one rotation, yeah? Before you get back round. So you're going to get 2, 2, 1, and 3. We're not warmed up yet. This is why we're messing this up. So in one rotation, you're going to get on average 8. Okay? But you're actually going to get 4 War Master attempts. No. Okay? Which means if we then take that number and we divide it by the odds that you're going to land, you can see that the difference is 0. Okay? So the way you work it out is work out what one complete rotation is going to be in terms of the cooldown, which basically means find the highest cooldown and then figure out what the one round of things are going to be. Then you basically can work out roughly how many attacks per rotation you're going to do. Divide that then with the Giant Slayer odds, which is 0.3 because you could do it per hit. Versus War Master, which is just going to be the quantity of the skills. So 4 attempts at 0.6. Then that gives you the average, and then you can work out which one's better. So if I actually had a 3, 2, 1, I basically did. So what it would be a 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, something like that. You can see it changes. So now Giant Slayer is better. In a very awkward way of explaining. What champion were you thinking of? Who asked me the question before I got totally sidetracked by everything? Ada, is it? Ada asked me the question. Bryce Royal, thank you for becoming a minion. Welcome. Appreciate it. If you can give me the champion, I can tell you exactly what's the best way. Just running masteries at the same time. I'm a genius. Well, the last math I just did there, I wasn't a genius. I'm a bit rusty today. We just got to warm up the coggles. Warm up the brain. Your last referral account just reached 40. Congratulations, Seth. Yeah, looks like. But that's basically how you do it. For quick reference, what if Aethel? Aethel? What is Aethel? Are we done? Here we are. Oh, look at that. More gems. More gems. Aethel. So she's a 4-turn. But she gains an extra turn, but she doesn't attack, so that's fine. So she's basically a 3... So she's A2, A1, A1. So it'll be A2, A1, A1. So she's going to go 3, 3, 1. Giant Slayer. Because Giant Slayer is 2.1 average versus War Master, which is 1.8. This is very much in a clan boss scenario because obviously Giant Slayer is less percentage than War Master, but in a clan boss setting, the War Master and Giant Slayer is identical. So, if using Gnut with budget unkillable to a 118 is not possible for him to do A2 before. Oh, you figured it out. Cool. How about Gnut? Gnut the Hoot. Let's have a look. We don't want to exit the game. Dwarves, Gnut the Hoot. He is a 3, 1, 3, right? He's a 4, 3. So he's going to go A3, A2, A1, A1. So he's going to go 3, 1, 3, 3, 1. Giant Slayer. Yeah, I should make a calculator for it, yeah. It's a bit tricky. I have to remember what I did for the rotation. But yeah, definitely. Let me add it to a... Create really cool War Master versus Giant Slayer calculator. Done. Add it to my to-do list. Would this change a bit if there's a counterattack? Yes. Obviously, if you added a counterattack, all you would do, Maku, is add another 3 hit versus 1 hit, right? So you basically added 3 hits and 1 hit. You basically added almost like an extra skill. It would probably still prove that it's better because obviously, you know. How's my Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team? We are getting the last masteries and then we're going to run it, hopefully, if it hasn't turned to Spirit. Tomorrow's topic of video is silver. And how Plarium have basically snuck in a massive increase in the silver costs for fusions. That's tomorrow's video. We're going to be doing this in a second. We just got to get Nazana. I will not go for the 1+1. 1+1 is bait. I don't really know why they've done a summon rush with 1+1 Ancients when we know Ancients is the worst shard for summon rush. I don't really understand what's going on. That's Hoscarol, Skullman. Hoscarol is a mega good carry. It's not really easier to farm silver cool. I had to do it twice on Sunday, and I'm out of silver on both my accounts, so... you know. So if I say I have nearly 50 million silver, people are going to scream at me then. No. It means you've got a good amount of silver, but... yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a champion chase. Let's have a look what the clan boss is. What's the clan hit to? It's Force. Force is okay. Force is kind of bad for damage, because Force is not great for my Ronda. But we're in here now. We'll see what we can do. I need to sell accessories. I'm not talking about my main account. I'm talking about the free-to-play. Like, the free-to-play is rough. I'm out of silver on the free-to-play. Like... and I did a lot of Spider. I went out my way to do more Spider to get more silver, and I'm still struggling. So... do manage to gear cleanse in less than half an hour? No. The main needs a gear cleanse. The inbox is nearly full. It's not great. Yeah, Arik, ideally, I'd like to run her at 5-3. I don't want her really taking that extra turn in the middle turn, but I can't actually figure out how to get her into the speed turn that I want, with being the fact that Hoscarol has to be 4-3. I had a tune where she was 5-3, but Hoscarol couldn't run at 4-3. So in order to get Hoscarol at that starting point, I've been struggling to find the right balance with Ursala. But there's a variation of that where I can basically change a few speeds around tomorrow once I have the ability to actually upgrade some artifacts. Because I'm not doing it today with all the artifact enhancement we've got to do. So hopefully tomorrow we can tweak a few speeds and it should hopefully bring her down 10 more speed. But we're just getting the last mastery, like the War Master for Nazana, because without War Master there's no healing in the team, because the Leech is going to give us the healing, but we need the War Master for damage for a lot of our team. The team is basically set up with Ronda as the main only kind of damage dealer. We've got Deacon in Toxic, Hoscarol in like pseudo damage to the best of his ability, and then Nazana and Ursala are literally just like built to stay alive as best I can get them. So like Nazana's in Stalwart, for example, which should really help with the damage output. from the boss. Ursala is difficult because I've got her running at 280 speed, so it's difficult to keep her like fully healed. But yeah. Did you pick up the epic on your main? No. That's a waste of resources, Glenn. I could do all the events on the main. It's just annoying, really. Is there anyone here that runs Minnow with 5 champions that all need scrolls? I was doing it earlier with 3, Omar. I was running Rhonda and Ursala. But I've taken them out because I don't actually have any other champions that are fully ascended, apart from, like, I think Coffin Smasher. Like, Dithey needs more, so I'm trying to, like, min-max. Because, again, like, I've used all of my stockpile of energy now on my free-to-play. The stockpile of energy has gone. So now we're into the refill pots, which they are running out quickly, so we're going to be into gems pretty quickly. I did do a bit of Ice Golem today, built an Ice Golem 20 team on the free-to-play. It's a little bit ropey, really. It's not amazing. It's not the worst in the world, though. I can't remember exactly how many scrolls I need for Nazana, which kind of sucks, really. Hi, Zaf. Can you help me, please, with a good rare substitute for Jintoro in the Myth Here Clan Boss team? Don't know if weaken or decrease defense or rehab with small versions, or both would be better. I don't want to level trash. What is the Myth Here Clan Boss team, Stepan? What champions have you got in that team that can't be replaced? I'm guessing it's going to be Razelvarg, Demitha, Seeker. What's the 4th champion? Yeah, exactly, Omar. That's kind of what I do. I always use I tend to have like 4 fully leveled and just run 1 through, just so that I get it more focused. Eres, is it? Jintoro, Demitha, Razelvarg, Seeker, Totora. Jintoro, Demitha, Razelvarg, Seeker. Okay, yeah. So using Razelvarg for increased speed, so Totora. Rare only. It's tricky, that. Not gonna lie. That is tricky. I mean, Lone Blade Rehab hits quite hard, so maybe he is the good answer if you've got a spare one. If you've got a spare one, maybe that is the answer. Is Gnut better for Clan Boss than Rhonda? Absolutely. The moment I get Gnut, Rhonda becomes a Vault Lord only for Faction Wars, basically. Rhonda is a means to an end on this account, because I know Gnut is going to replace her in pretty much every PvE content. You're out of this fusion. The game is so frustrating. What did you miss out on, Jeffrey? What did you get caught by? I'm on day 53, got 8 force raids and 1 void so far. Everyone I can get. I had to sell everything to do the last artifact. Literally, yeah, I know. That's the problem. It's the artifact. I actually thought like the shards were all going to be the problem. What I'm quickly realizing is it's not the shards that are a problem. It's the silver. It's the artifact enhancements, because there's been no let up. It's like, oh, you finished one artifact enhancement, have another one. Oh, and you finished that one, have another one again. It's like... And they're all 4775, so they're all like, you need like 20 million per event. It's just a lot of silver, especially when you're only farming like, you know, I'm only just starting to farm like Spider 20 and different stages, right? I'm only just building these teams for the first time, so it's a lot of silver to farm on teams that you're not necessarily 100% certain are pretty good. Yeah, I mean, they've snuck it in. I mean, how many more have I got to go here? Oh, God. Oh, we got to farm another 300. Ugh. Ugh. We hate it. I mean, I'll probably just take that, I guess. 300. Minotaur, honestly. When are we going to get upgraded levels of Minotaur? What are you going to use Gnut for in the main? Shogun, Glenn. For sure, Shogun. For sure, Hydra. For sure. I probably won't put him in Clan Boss, I'll be honest. Yeah. We'll see. So, just sold all my 5-star rare accessories. That's how I'm making this next out. Yeah, I know. I basically, on my free-to-play, sold all of the uncommon and 4- and 5-star gear that I was holding on to from Spider, from when I did Spider 10 for a bit. Now that I've had a bit of a session of farming Spider 20, I just like, right, let's just get rid of all the bad stuff. That made me like 4 million silver, but that has been used already. So the only good thing is I have been upgrading the gear that I require for the clan boss, right? So it's not like I've wasted the silver. Where on the main account, it feels like I'm just wasting silver rolling random gear because I'm not building anything. I'm not building anything towards anything. I'm just building and upgrading gear for no reason whatsoever. And again, the problem, like gear cleansing requires silver. It's actually a bit ridiculous what requires silver in this game. Summoning shards requires silver. Like upgrading skills, upgrading champions, leveling up champions, like rolling a little bit of gear so you can gear cleanse. Like everything requires silver. It's a bit ridiculous, really. So I have a quick question for you. If I run Mythfu team with Elva instead of Ares and Turvold, I want to know if there's better, if there is a better team. I've kind of topped out at 160 mil. It depends on where you're putting your A3, Michael. You might find that not running his extra turn gives you more damage because you can get more buffs on his A3. So you could be outrunning your buffs and basically running Turvold not optimally. There are better teams, but 160 mil strong. It's a strong team. It depends on what gear and what mastery and what blessings you have, really. Do you rate Shogun that high? In my opinion, it's meh. Well, you're going to have to do it, Glenn. I'm not going to dedicate him for it, but you're going to have to do it because accessory crit damage and accessory accuracy and resistance is worth it. You won't need it as much, but you will need to do it. And he's just so good for it. Like, he's crazy good for it. The other thing I wish they would do is remove the penalty that you have for acquiring artifact sets that were originally found in the campaign. Because it makes, like, right now, I can't just do Ice Golem because it's really bad for silver. Like, it's almost half the value of Fire Knight. When I get a Fire Knight, I'll get a lot more silver from Fire Knight. If I do the Fire Knight tournament on my main, I'll walk away with like 10 million silver. If I do an Ice Golem, I'll walk away with like 5 million silver. They need to get rid of the penalty that just because it's a campaign set, it shouldn't have a penalty for selling. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. I opened 2 sacreds instead of 1,000 mysteries because of the silver cost of feeding them all. Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. I burnt through 400 mysteries. In the end, I didn't get the Nightmare Sacred. I didn't get the Void Shard either from the Summon Rush. We'll do a bit of an overview after this run here. I'll show you where I've got to on the free-to-play. Is that idea of Minute 20 difficult to program? I'm not an expert. No, they don't want you to do it because they want it to be a time sink. It's my only understanding. I can't really understand why they wouldn't put it in. My understanding is they want it to be a time sink. That it's basically a cost for making a new champion. I suppose as well they're trying to add the value for buying it with gems. They're trying to make the gem value higher. Take what you will of that. Yeah, don't do the Summon Rush, really, guys. Like, I was expecting it to be a 1+1 for Sacreds, right? Because it's ×2 Sacred this weekend. So I expected it to be a 1+1 for Sacreds. Which I was pretty excited for my main, because I don't really pull Sacreds outside of a 1+1 anymore, unless I need to. Like, I pulled a couple for the Summon Rush, but that was about it. But an Ancient 1+1, nah, you're alright. I know it's a pretty good event, but I'm not going to burn my... I'd rather just keep my Ancients for a guaranteed. It's just not worth it. Why did they up the potion keeps then? Because potion keeps are different than Minotaur Scrolls. You can't just buy potions. Well, you can, but you know what I mean. Most people don't buy the potions, so they probably just looked at it as a way to save time, at the, for players to save time at the time. But they also put it as part of the mission track, right? So Hey, Hi Peng. I'm 120 plus ancient shards with no Lego and I have 20. Should I summon? You're not that close to Mercy, Lopo. Mercy's about 200. If you were saying I'm 200, I got 20, I'd say yeah, summon away. You're close though. It's really up to you. It depends if you need those ancients for the summon rush. For the champion chase, sorry, for Gnut. If you're going to sacrifice Gnut for the chance of 2 legendaries, that's a bad decision in my opinion. Do you think running multiple Mr. Rider Deities for faction wars is a good strat? I have Ileel, but I think Mr. Rider is a better DPS option. Yeah. I have 2 Daves on the free to play. Just run more Daves. Mr. Rider Deithy is a beast. He's gonna be the champion you want for faction wars. I'm like 98% certain. Yeah, if you're super deep into Mercy, then the 1+1 event is really good. If you know that you can get there within 50 shards or something and you're willing to sacrifice them, then 1+1 is really good, right? Because you're going to get basically two legendaries for 50 ancients, which is quite a good trade. But you have to bear in mind that you're not going to have... That's no progression towards the fusion. So if you're okay for the fusion, you don't need to do the chase, or you feel like you've got it in the bag, then you're fine. Like my main account, I could probably do the entire champion chase without summoning a single shard, because I've got 750 points from the 3 Ambassador Lathelins. I've got about 6 legendary champions in the Forge that I can just summon. So I could easily get to 3,000 points without even like trying. So for me, I could pull for the 1+1 and try and get something. Honestly, I'm so disillusioned with trying to get champions, I just can't be bothered. I'd rather just wait for a guaranteed or something. I unfortunately just got Elenarl so far for the Mercy 1+1. I have a small suspect. They all guaranteed back. I don't know if they'll do a guaranteed back, G-Man. I reckon we do think there might be a new login champion at the end of Call the Arbiter, because Artak finishes like on the Sunday after the final episode. So there could be a new login champion coming pretty soon after Call the Arbiter. How many shards do we need for the champion chase? I mean, I think you'll need somewhere in the region of 2,000 to 2,500 points for the rare in the champion chase. So it's not... Whereas Summon Rush is about shards, champion chase is about champions, right? So it's about the type of champion you can acquire. So Sacreds are probably at 250 points. That's the way to look at it. So... I built Deithy and Relentless 2 days ago and did a Sylvan team in Doom Tower hard for 10 levels. Yeah, he does, Bryce. You're right. It's actually a little bit disgusting how much he out damages. Well, you say that, Maku, but the rare in the Summon Rush is 2150. Pretty average. All the other points have been pretty average. The champion training has been pretty average. The artifact enhancement has been average since Oella. So I don't really think that this fusion has been harder. So I would imagine it's 2,000 to 2,500. So let me give you a rundown of what we have achieved in the free-to-play account since we were last on stream. I didn't do the Doom Tower up to 120 because I've kind of got hard stuck on this floor here because it's got lots of Valkyries. And my team is just getting a bit slaughtered at the moment. And I needed to prioritize time on doing artifact enhancement, dungeon divers, ice golem, mastery. So I've left this for now, but it does mean if I need it for the champion chase on Friday, I can get another void shard, right? We didn't do the nightmare sacred either. So we managed to get the rare from the summon rush just by using our mysteries and a couple of ancients just because I got bored and ran out of time. Dungeon Divers is done. We've completed that. And we have progressed a little bit on Ice Golem. We're around about this point. I'm waiting on the Ice Golem now until Dungeon Divers 3. I'll do the Ice Golem to Fire Knight for Dungeon Divers 3 rather than do any more. I've got a pretty okay team for Ice Golem. It's nothing crazy. I mean, we'll need that in a minute. It's okay. I just chucked in Thanassel for the accuracy, the resistance aura to try and help Orogrim and Artak out. Unfortunately, because of the wave configuration at 20, you have to like deal with the shriek. So I've had to bring in Hosquirrel, and Hosquirrel's built quite tanky, which means that he doesn't really die. And both of these are running War Master, so it's a bit of a risk, unfortunately. We can't quite get it safe with the passive, but it's running around about 70 to 80% success rate at the moment. It's not too bad. The next challenge is probably going to be champion training. I've got to do a lot of grinding for that, but the only good thing about champion training is you can book people, right? And I do have a reasonable amount of books that I could put onto an epic champion if I want to. If I really want to book someone, I can maybe book Hosquirrel's A1 or something like that. I won't use the legendary books. I might end up booking Prosecutor because I've got to figure out a team for Fire Knight. We've basically, in the fusion, we have basically built a Dragon 20 team, a Spider 20 team. We have built an Ice Golem 20 team. I've built a Clan Boss team, and I'm going to have to build a Fire Knight team. We've had to build the entire account from the ground up, which is kind of nuts that we've managed to do that. So Hosquirrel is kind of like my solo guy champion. Orogrim. We did get enough coins here for one of these Immortal Soulstone. Pulled an Immortal Soulstone and managed to get a Orogrim 3-star. So I figured, well, let's just get a little bit more speed, right? 7.5%, better than nothing. Bit more tankiness. We'll take that. It's a win. Hosquirel is getting ready. You can see I've got artifacts that I need to upgrade him. He's not there yet, but he will be in speed tune for the Demon Lord. We don't really care about accuracy in the Demon Lord, but we finally did get an accuracy banner in Barbarians. It's taken me a long time, but I finally got one. It's brutal, that has been. It's been like the whole Spider tournament. So we need to upgrade this gear here. Deacon, unfortunately, is really slow now to make the clan boss work. At the moment, that's just where he is. But we're building him up here. Again, I just need to get his accuracy up a little bit. So to be honest, what I need to do is get this a little bit higher. Like that. Leave that there for tomorrow. Just to get him closer for today. And we probably just need to glyph a little bit of accuracy. Just to help us along the way a little bit. Because he was, when I was checking it, resistant. Obviously, glyphs in this level of account is still pretty rough. Because I'm not pushing high faction wars. We're not farming faction wars at the moment. But we should be good now at 200. He was resisting, when I tested the run earlier, he was resisting way too much. But it should be better now. So yeah, I mean, we might get some accuracy or there. So Deacon is now at 147 with enough accuracy. We're pretty good position. Isala, we did get 280 speed. The CB team I'm going to be doing is linked. It's the pinned comment. So, how are you for the Dungeon Diver? Brissinger, I'm good. The Fusion is in a great place for the free-to-play. Isala Lamorna, we did get to 280. She's a bit squishy. But we do need to still upgrade her ring, her amulet. So these two need to go up. That will help. She does have masteries. And then Rhonda is also got Giant Slayer now. She is built. Again, we just need to get her accuracy up. I've put her in an accuracy banner to try and get Brimstone. But there's a very high possibility that I'm going to have to drop that plan. Unless I can get more accuracy. Because as you can see, like, you know, even taking this up to 16 is not going to get me much accuracy. At all, you know. So we're going to have to try and find accuracy somehow. There's not really much I can glyph up here. There's some here that I can glyph up. Obviously, I can glyph a lot of attack if I need to. Maybe I get a bit of accuracy if I level up that shield. And there's like... You know... I've got... She's well built. Considering what I've got, she is in a great position. So, you know, I mean, she's got triple roll, triple roll, triple roll, triple roll, triple roll, triple. We found the collection of my triple rolls. The only thing she hasn't got triple rolled yet is a ring. But we're close. Look, there's another one there. Crazy, right? It's just triple roll everywhere. Well, I basically wanted full damage, and she's in full damage. She's in full damage here. Because the only damage I have really is Rhonda. That's why I've said eventually Gnut will replace her, because with Gnut we get weaken and we get better damage dealing because we get that max HP nuking. So she's a means to an end, but without Rhonda, she's the best damage dealer for Clan Boss. I got everything else I need apart from weaken. So yeah, so we're in a pretty solid position. As I said, like Nazana's going to be in Stalwart here, which is great. So yeah, we're in a great position. Can I get any more fights in here? Single affinity, yes. Let's just do you. How do you manage the artifact enhancement? Find silver somewhere and hope, Socrates. Right, I will guarantee you, tomorrow, we ain't buying energy. We're probably buying silver with clan gold tomorrow. It's just like, you could say, oh, well, you got 100 energy. 100 energy is what? 100 divided by 16 is going to be 6 runs. 6 runs in stage 20 is what? Where's Senti's old graph here? Let's have a look, see if I can find it. Silver. Oh, we seem to have lost it somewhere. Oh, there we go. Is this it? Potion keeps. There we go. Silver. Sell all. So you get 564,000 per 130 energy. This is kind of borderline, really. I could just buy the energy, maybe. But I'll be honest, I might have to just buy silver. It's like, it might have to happen. But yeah, I mean, silver is a problem. But the thing is, I do need to upgrade the rest of these artifacts anyway. So like there's one, I think it works out roughly around about 4, you need 14 6-star, 12 to 16s, right? So I've got a lot of 5 stars, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What do we got here? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if I fully upgrade all the artifacts on my team, that will get me pretty close. If I just have to burn gems in Spider just to get silver, I will. But I've also got to keep in mind that I still need energy for Ice Golem. I still need energy for Champion Training. I still need energy for Fire Knight. The Fire Knight and the Ice Golem should cover Dungeon Divers 3. So as long as we do that, then all that's left is basically Champion Chase, right? Which is why I don't want to go too far into my gem count. I want to try and keep out of the gem count if I can, just in case I need to convert them. But in terms of the rares, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the 4s and 1 of the knots. Because obviously the other knot is in the Champion Training here. And I think the other knot is in the Champion Chase. And I think the final one is in the Fire Knight tournament. So we should be on track. Right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ice Golem is 9. Champion... Ice Golem is 9. Artifact Enhancement is 10. I think I'm on track. I am on track, I believe. Yeah, I think the third divers is it the third divers or is it the Fire Knight? I always mix it up. Let's have a look. Yeah, so we got the Fire Knight Arena. That's the one I forgot. Arena should be fine. So Fire Knight Arena, Fire Knight Arena, Ice Golem, and Artifact Enhancement is my final 4. And then it's just doing the Champion Training, Dungeon Divers, and Champion Chase. So I'm pretty much, I think I'm there. If I can get the Artifact Enhancement done, and I can farm, I think I'm pretty confident I can farm Fire Knight 16 at the worst case scenario, right? Between Rhonda, Artak, and a bunch of different champions, like I can pull out, if I need to, Prosecutor. I've got an Armiger at the ready. I've probably got enough champions, you know, I could always pull out the Reflect if I need to. We've got Allied Protectors in here. We've got all sorts going on. I probably have enough to get Fire Knight to at least 16. It's not the best to farm, but it'll do, you know? So, can Gnut run in Sand Devil 25? I think YST was doing work in it. He's not going to be as effective as someone like Ninja because obviously the boss has a passive that reduces your incoming damage. So that's something to take into account. But yeah, it's been... What I will say is once I finish this fusion on the free-to-play, I'm taking a week off the free-to-play apart from just doing the bare bones dailies because I'm so tired. It's so much work doing 2. So, how much energy would you need approximately doing Finite 16? Well, we did work this out earlier. Let me find the spreadsheet. Your drop rates. You basically get, per refill, around about 126 points. And all of them have been, what, 2250? So we're talking 17 refills. Maybe 18 to round it up. So we're talking 2,000 energy, give or take. 2 to 2,500 energy. I was turning the fan on, Dane. If you heard beeping, I turned the fan on. It's a bit warm in here. So, I also need to do some potion keep farming. I've got the voids. Made sure we prioritize that. But I do need to do, like, the force tomorrow, right? So I probably have to put some energy into force just to get up the little different, like, superiors. But again, potion keep 20 makes potions far less of a problem, right? If you can farm potion keep 20, getting superior potions is a lot less hassle. A lot less. Yeah, sorry, it's a bit warm in here. Didn't think it was that loud. But I've got like 4,800 gems. So unlike Hellhades when he was trying to go to Razelvarg where he had 1 gem to his name, I'm pretty okay for like burning stuff for energy if I need to. The only thing I'm trying to keep in the back of my mind is if it really comes to it and I don't have the champion chase points, then I can burn those gems for ancients. But if I can get the clan boss team up and running today, that gives me 5 days of rewards. I might pick up a void shard or a sacred shard or something along the way. There's no guarantees. I could get really unlucky, but if I'm top keying Ultra Nightmare, then hopefully we'll get there. I mean, I don't even know if this team is going to be able to do it. All I need to do is get this team to hit 23 million. This team hits 23 million, give or take, we should be fine. So, I really need to figure out a real IG team. I usually try to skip IG, but couldn't really this time. Everything else is farm mode or 25 farm. IG is farm in 16. Artak is the answer to Ice Golem. Artak is a monster. I would make mine much safer if I didn't have... if I had stun gear for Artak, right? Because I could use him as a second crowd control champion as I'm trying to beat up the waves. The problem is right now I don't have any stun gear, so I'm having to basically run Hoskerel, and then Hoskerel's too tanky, which means I'm running the risk of being proccing his passive because War Master, right? So that's the only issue right now. Yeah, you don't really want to run War Master on Artak, no. I mean, my Artak doesn't even have masteries yet, so... Do you think Gnut is worth building in reflex gear for his A3? Yes. I think the optimal way to run Gnut, if you want in Hydra specifically, is you run him in reflex and turn off his A2. You don't really care about counterattack. Otherwise, you have to turn him into a resistance tank because likely he's going to have the counterattack and no one else is, and then he's going to get hit by the mischief tank, right? So you can use him as a mischief tank, but then you'd have to build resist. Luckily, you don't need that much crit damage. You could do that. But I would say it's more optimal to disable his A2, run him in reflex, and get more maximum HP nukes. That's what I would do. So, you know. I have a problem. What's the best farming dungeon stage to get the best gear? And play level 87. So if you want gear, 24. If you want the best gear, 10 hard. If you want the event points, 20. That's kind of like where you need to put yourself private, right? If you want the best overall opportunity for gear, as in just like general high quality quantities, then 24 remains the best. But if you want better odds of getting 6-star legendaries, better odds of getting mythical gear, then you run 10 hard. And any stage of hard is better than 25, generally. If you just want dungeon diver points and tournament points, then 20 is the most efficient one for that, right? So on my free-to-play, I will only run 20. Because I don't have the resources at my disposal at the moment to be spending it on higher, more expensive tournaments, right? I'm not farming enough different areas that I can just go, well, you know, I'll pick up energy from here, I'll pick up that legendary book from the hard Doom Tower, right? We're not there yet. Why 24? Because 24 is 2 energy less, Joseph. So the extra energy you save equals more runs equals better gear. The energy cost reduces its efficiency. So yeah, if all you care about is completing the events, then 20 is the best. No. Well, 16 is the best for dungeon divers, Dent of Flames. So the event points, 16 is the best for events. So if all you cared about was dungeon divers, then 16 is better. But it's marginal. We're talking like a point here or there. 20 is way better for tournaments. Like the difference between 20 tournament and 16 tournament is about 15 points. So it's quite a lot. So 20 also gives you 5-star gear only. I think it's 20, which is kind of important because you don't really want to be getting 4-star gear anymore. So 20 is where you want to start. Like 16, if you can't do 20, because you don't get mystery shards after stage 16 or 15. After 15, like 16, you don't get mysteries. You know, it takes the brews out of the loot pool as well. So all you can get is that ancient shard or artifact. So it's much more efficient. But ideally, you want to get to 20. So, you know, that's kind of where you want to get to. Would you say War Master or Giant Slayer on Ninja for Clan Boss team is... I would go War Master. Because he only has the double hit on his A2. So he's going to go 1 hit, 3 hits, 1 hit. So on average, he's going to be hitting 1 hit more than he's going to be hitting 3 hits. So it's going to... either it'll break even, but I would go War Master for consistency. The event point requirements change, yeah. Once you hit 51, the tournament and event point requirements scale up because they basically, for some reason, think that account level is tied to progression, which it is a little bit, but not that much. Let's face it, I'm level 57, and I don't feel like I can just do like what my main account can do. It's not even close. What's the best farm place for Dungeon Divers energy efficiency? Stage 20. If you want the best silver place, 20 Spider. Hey Mullet Reaver, how's it going? Saw you breaking records again with your crazy clan boss team. So you're saying I should be farming stage 3 hard, as that's my highest level I can farm for a chance of better gear. Well, what I'm saying, P3T3, is if you normally farm 25, then any stage of hard is better than 25. Because they're all the same energy costs, and for every 1 level of hard that you go up, you basically reduce the amount of opportunities of getting rare and get more legendary mythical gear, right? So if you're running 25 normally, then you should try to do hard, because hard is just going to give you better rewards for no penalty. The only penalty is time and consistency. So if you're not doing it 100%, or it's taking you twice as long, then you might still want to do 25. Like Fire Knight at the moment, I still do 25 because I haven't looked at a team. But I am looking to do a fast, say, 5 Fire Knight hard. Because stage 5 Fire Knight hard is better than stage 25 normal Fire Knight, you know? It's just better. So... no, campaign's not the best place for Dungeon Divers, but if you have to do what we've got now, which is like a champion train... So in my situation now, if I'd already done Ice Golem, and I still need to do Dungeon Divers, then champion training in campaign is probably a good way to do it, right? Because I've got to do the champion training at the same time. So you will get some Dungeon Diver points, but it's not as good as Dungeons, right? Dungeon Divers, by the name of the product of the event, gives you better rewards in Dungeons. So you kind of want to go, like, this is how I would structure an account progression. My first break point is stage 16, because that cuts out brews, it cuts out mystery shards. So whenever I'm running a dungeon at stage 16, I'm going to get an artifact or sometimes an ancient shard. That's already the big break point. Then I want to get to 20, because all I get is 5-star gear and 6-star gear. And then I can farm 20 for a very long time. I don't have to push higher, because 20 is going to give me good tournament rewards for the limited amount of energy I've got, and it's going to start giving me my base gear, the gear that I need, like the 6-star rare gear. That's kind of like where you need to start. Then you're going to want to start slowly pushing up to go, okay, can I push to like 24? And then can I push higher? But really, that's like a year down the line, in my opinion, unless you get super lucky or you whale super hard or you basically spend a lot of money, right? But for a free-to-play progression, I don't have the luxury of going, I'm just going to burn 1,000 gems tomorrow on Fire Knight. You don't know when you're going to get those 1,000 gems back. So you have to basically look at it and go, well, stage 20 gets me what I need in the most efficient manner. It's how Airbad does this. It's all about, okay, it's a champion training tournament. I'm going to go get the legendary book because they're rare resources. It's where you put your time and energy. I tested Gnut in a build not meant for finite. He kept the shield open easy enough for finite hard. Yeah, I think he's game changer, mullet, right? I basically said when finite hard came out, it would never work, the freeze mechanic. Like, we tried it once I realized how bad it got. Unless they gave a champion an allure style effect. Until they did that, it was never going to work. And they've done that now. Gnut is basically the allure finite hard. So. Saf, I'm trying to beat stage 20 on night revs. I'm considering building Franox and Guardian as I struggle on that Valk wave. Any thoughts on that? Do you have a Bistophus, Socrates? Bistophus was my MVP for that. Oh, masteries are a bane. We will talk about the Sand Devil tournament in a bit, by the way. Don't worry. I haven't ignored that. Okay, no. Faceless or Whisper's an option. Who else? Who else? You basically want someone who can lock out the abilities. Ideally. You want someone that can basically control, like CC. No Whisper. I mean, Franox hits hard, and she does have block buffs, which is cool. Like, have you got a miscreated monster, for example? I think that's Night Rev. Yeah, 6 was hard cap. I mean, the problem is you couldn't get past 7 because Gory becomes weak affinity. So once you get past 7, then you got a chance. But, you know, I think Gory plus Gnut is the way to go because I think Gory is a better freeze rate than your Carl. Do we know what the turn meter thresholds will be? I don't. So I'm going to guess that it's going to be the stage plus how many turns in, like, as you said, like less than 20, less than 30, less than 40, whatever. Then the energy. So I'm going to have to do a mathematical analysis to go turns times points time, stage times turns times energy to work out what stage is the most energy efficient. Because it could be that something like stage 11, just because it's less energy and you can do it in less turns, is actually better than stage 25 that you have to do in 80 turns, right? Could well be that's the case. It may not be, but we don't know until we see the table. It's always difficult with these things. I can't really say to anyone it's easy, it's difficult, or it's good, it's bad until, like, you know, same with the Soul Chase. Until we actually saw the table come out, we were like, oh, it's good, souls. And then you look at the rewards, oh, it's amazing. And then you look at the table and you're like, oh my god, I'm never going to get any points. You know, it's the table is all that matters. And until they give us that, can't really do much. But we can certainly have a look at what options you've got at different points. We can have a look at kind of what stages you should try and aim for if you want to do it. If you want to participate, you've got the extra energy. Like my main will do it because I've got the extra energy. I'm waiting for finite. So, hey Citizens E, it's going well. We're just running the final masteries and we're going to test the clan boss on the free to play, and then we need to spend the rest of the night on the main because I got so much gear cleansing to do. Did you say you had miscreated monster, Socrates? Yeah, the good thing about Sylvan Watchers is because they're newer champions, there seems to always be a rate that you get them quicker. And the champions tend to be of better quality because they're more recently released. So that it's much easier to build a faction wars for Sylvan Watchers than, say, you know, Undead Hordes when we were doing it a year ago. Because essentially we were dealing with champions up 3 years old, so. The thing I don't like about Finite Hard is that you need at least one space slot on the debuff bar for its proc. That is a bit of a problem. It's the same thing with Mischief and Hydra, right? You gotta be careful you don't overfill and then you can't provoke. Hey Green Virus, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so the way that I would do it is, like, Franox hits really hard with this ability. It does hit really hard. So, and you also got to back up block buffs, so that's not too bad. But really you want something like a Burgoth, right? Something with control. Miscreated monster, ideally. You know, you can do Thylesia as well. Drops the defense, so the shield is a lot weaker. You can just reduce the shield quality by dropping the defense of the targets. Gladiator is not a bad option because you will get some stuns, some crowd control if you have got him. Guardian, yeah, he's not bad. The only thing is you can't use his A3. Okay, what does that A1 do? Oh, you get rid of buffs. It's not too bad. Trying to think who else you can use. It's control you need more than anything, right? So it depends what you've got. Like, you basically want someone like a Bergoth, a miscreated monster. You need to control them. Like, Thalesia with Bergoth and then someone like a Whisper or Franox to just take them out is a way to go, right? Franox should be able to one-tap. If you've got good gear, Franox should be able to one-tap one of those Valkyries to infinity and beyond. Like, it hits really hard. Saf, giving away 20 gear cleanses again. Oh, yeah, mate. You wait until you see my inbox on my main account, YST. Wait until you see it. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. I am not going to be pulling the 1+1. I'm not doing it. They can try and convince me with all their events. I am not pulling Ancient Shards for basically another friggin' useless champion. So my inbox is always my third fault. We're not far. This is how bad it is. We're closer to 400 than we are to nothing. That's how bad it's got recently. I think the Grove has burnt YST down, not the other way around. We've been grinding at it. What if Gnut is a reward in the Summon Rush? Triggered beef. Do not trigger me. I didn't just like spend hours of my life rebuilding my free-to-play account on both accounts and doing all these events just to get him in a stupid Summon Rush. Do not trigger me. I can't. No. No, 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 no. Rector, Franox, Guardian, Miscreated, and Borgoth. You got Miscreated. You do not need Borgoth with Miscreated. Miscreated will do fine. Franox will help you on the boss as well, right? Because the boss does that health swap thing, so it'd be pretty good. You might just want to bring a little bit more control if you've got it, like a turn meter control or something. Like Ashwalker does hit quite hard and drops a bit of turn meter, gives you a bit more CC. Or you might just want some extra healing with it, but I think Miscreate and Rector should have you covered. I think it's a good way to go. You might not need Guardian at 60. You might be able to keep him at 50 and get it done, right? Just build him in regen or something. I mean, if it's a 5-star soul in the Summon Rush for Gnut, I'll do it, right? If it's a like, I learned my mistake with Razelvarg. I should have got the Razelvarg soul. I learned my mistake. Yeah, I mean, 2 nuts are better than 1. I do agree. Ashwalker hits quite hard, Socrates. So if you want like a secondary backup with a bit of crowd control and a bit of turn meter control, he does hit quite hard. So we're just trying to get the last 150 red scrolls before I burn my brain. We've been trying to get this all day. The problem is RSL Helper and its silly little get me the Minotaur scrolls doesn't work. Like most things in RSL Helper. Half the time it doesn't work. I don't know why it's not working. So the only downside we're going to have with the clan boss run tonight is it is Force Affinity. Which means Rhonda is going to weak hit to Infinity and Blimming Beyond. So it won't necessarily hit 4 key because the plan that I've got is the clan doesn't really hit affinity that quickly. So if I do it at like 11, I can probably do both of my keys. If I can get to like 25 million on both keys, that gets me close and I can either get a 2 key or 1 key to finish it off on affinity. Oops, making noises there. I do Minotaur when I need to, Green. But half the time I never have a window that I can do it. The only reason why I'm doing Minotaur right now is because I want to run the clan boss team. And I can't run it until Nazana has got War Master because she has no source of healing. She's not got damage, so without War Master, she's not staying alive. So that's what we're doing right now. We're just basically running the last couple of 100 scrolls so that we can build Nizana's War Master, then we can put them into Clan Boss and we can try them out. Like, they're not at full power. We've got a lot of artifact enhancement to grow. What we want to assess is how much they're surviving and how much damage we're just generally outputting. That's what we kind of want to assess. We know there's room for growth. As long as we're getting close to the 20 million, I'm happy. If it comes up with like 10 million, we're in trouble. Yeah, G-Man, I basically entered 350 red scrolls, pressed go, and it did one run, so I gave up. Basically. I just manually did it. I just set it to do 10 runs and came back afterwards. Nizana is in Stalwart, so we're depending on the leech from Deacon, and then we'll use the War Master to heal from that. So, you know, Deacon is only doing A1 and A2, so he should really be able to keep the leech up all the time, right? Should be able to keep it up. Yeah, you need 350 though, QWERTY. No, I had nothing at 350. I didn't even have red scrolls at 350 at press go and it didn't work. So. What gear is resistance stat needed? I don't know what you mean. Do you mean what gear sets are resistance good on? Sets that give you resistance or protection, or tanky sets. Hey, I got Crisp last night. Congrats. How would you do the masteries if I needed Unshakable? You will be for Hydra. What is Unshakable? Unshakable. Remind me what Unshakable is. Shake the unshakable out of my brain. Unshakable. What is unshakable? The hell is unshakable? Resistance. I would get War Master for Hydra. Witmo. I basically go down the offense tree. If you really, I really don't think you should get that. I would get War Master for Hydra. It helps. He's AoE A1. He'll do a lot of damage with War Master. He'll do a couple of mil. If you can find the resistance within the stats, I would do it that way and get War Master. It's a lot of damage, especially if one of your main damage dealers gets eaten. Then you've got War Master that goes through Poison Cloud, right? You've got bonus damage there. Can I use Broccoli and Geo for DPS in Clan Boss? Yes. Of course you can. Are they enough? Well, it depends on the rest of the team. The only thing you've got to make sure is that Broccoli doesn't override Geo's burn, because if you override Geo's burn, you don't get Geo's passive. But they can be used. For CB, how many toxic sets can you run before you risk overfilling the debuff bar? So if you are running on a 2-1 ratio, Dandabear, and you have no poisoners, you can normally get away with 2 toxic sets. That means also if you're not running any debuff extenders, right? So you don't run it with a Vizier. If you're running it with a Vizier, you can only get away with 1. But 2 toxics in a no poison 2-1 setup. If you're in a 3-1 setup, then you can probably get away with 2, but it gets a bit more ropey, right? You would run 2 in a 3-1 setup if you know you can guarantee that you're going to be never having decreased defense and weaken drop off. Because once the debuff is on there, you just can extend it by replacing it. So if the debuff is already on there, it doesn't matter. So on a 3-1, for example, if Gentoro is running 3-1, he does his decreased defense and weaken every turn. So you've got there's less risk for you to do that, right? But you can miss it as well. We will be cursing Cantra later on, yeah. We're just trying to get the free to play finished. Yeah, Mullet Reaver's brain with that Clan Boss team is nuts. We're nearly there. 120 scrolls to go. I'm using a 1-1 tune right now with Skull Crusher, Hotatsu, Doompriest, Anax, and Vizier. Is that a good team? I would say it's an okay team. I'm not a fan of Skull Crusher teams personally. I find him to be quite poor, but you know, people like him. It's not bad. Is that why I do less damage on my Mythic? Because I run 2 toxic pills with Fane as my DPS? Yeah. If you've got a Poisoner in there, P3, T3, 2 is not on. 1 is maximum. I know she's not the best poisoner because it's a long cooldown, but just her poisons alone, you're probably overfilling the debuff bar, and then you are running out of space, so she's not able to place the decreased defense and weaken, so I would drop a toxic set. That's the rule of thumb. No poisons, 2-1, 2 toxic is fine. No poisons, 3-1, you need a reliable decreased defense and weaken because you could overfill it. Doesn't always happen, but it can happen. Any poison, you're capped at 1 toxic set. And if you've got like a crazy poisoner like an Urticata or a Dracomorph, I wouldn't use toxic at all. Because what you've got to remember as well is you don't want the toxic set overriding the space for actual poisoners because it's only a 2.5% poison. So you don't want, for example, the toxic set taking up a poison spot that Draco could be placing his 5% poison. That's just inefficient. So if you've got someone like a Dracomorph or an Urticata, you don't bring a poisoner because you have enough poisons. Saf, if we could have instant clears for anything, what would be the most impactful to save time? Clan boss? No, I think Faction Wars. Faction Wars and Doom Tower bosses, they have no competitive advantage other than doing them. Once you've done it once, you get no, like, there's no tournaments around them. You don't get more points for doing it quicker or slower. You don't get, like, any sort of structured rewards around it. It's basically do it every day. So if it was instant, it wouldn't. I don't actually believe that instant clan boss is the answer. I actually think the amount of time we spent watching Doom Tower runs go at, like, 7 keys a day and watching Faction Wars, you know, even little things like if they could increase the Faction War keys you get so that you didn't have to run a stage 9, that you could just run 3 stage 18s, 21s. So I can just press it auto battle and do 3 in a row. Right now, having to basically run 2, then change it, go up to stage 9, then press go, is like a minute of my life every single day that I shouldn't have to spend for rewards I don't really want. So just increase like the Faction War key so that we get 3 stage 20 runs. Because I'll be honest, it's 2020 content, right? If I'm doing it, I don't really care about running stage 9 anymore. I mean, all they have to do for Doom Tower, even if they don't want to run instant battles, is go quadruple super raids. So instead of me using 2 keys, I use 8 keys in one battle. Voila, I get 8 results. They've got the model there. Just increase super raids to a greater number. So I still have to beat the boss. I just don't have to watch the boss be beaten 8 times in a day. That would just be better. Same as Faction Wars. If I can just run Faction Wars 20 once and use all 3 of my, all 2, because they haven't upgraded it, so I just have to run it once, then great. We don't need instant battles. We just need less of the same repetitive battles. You know, I don't think you can run, like, instant battles in dungeons because there's competitions and tournaments that are run, right? There's a value in running your team efficiently and fast with low turn count. You don't want to just instant battle it. That's boring. So there's a line in which I think you can't cross. But certainly non-competitive areas of your daily activities like Doom Tower and Faction Wars is where I would start. Because actually, when you think about it, I probably spend just as much time waiting for my Scarab to go through and reload and waiting for my Faction Wars as I do doing one clan boss team. I can 1-key clan boss in 10 minutes. But it will take me 15 minutes probably to do my Faction Wars and Doom Tower dailies. To the extent that sometimes I don't even bother doing all of my keys because I just don't have the time. So. Hey, Akrat. When you are speed tuning and need glyphs, I'll be glad for the stage 9 farms. I mean, that's it, right? I get that, Laszlo, but then they could just change the drop table. All I'm saying is, it's a lot of effort for me personally that I have to basically drop out of stage 20 and then go up. And then when I go over to another one, every day I have to change it from, 9 and go all the way up and put super raids back on. Like, it's just annoying. Just give me keys so I can run 3 stage 20s every day. Thank you very much. I don't really know Dan the Bear. I don't really know. Not yet, Richard. We will talk about it when I go over to my main account. It's just I thought I was closer to getting these masteries than I was, so we're just going to try and get these masteries, and then we can run the clan boss team on the free to play, and then we can go to the main account. We'll talk about all the more fancy stuff over there. I would love Doom Tower instant bits. I do some bosses like 20 minutes, not wasting all my day. Exactly. It's just, if there was a competition around, like, you know, how much time you did on Doom Tower bosses, fair enough. But there's no competitive aspect to Doom Tower beyond one run going less turns, right? Once you've hit like 7 turns, then there's no, like, you don't get a competitive advantage of doing 10 more turns at 7. There's no tournament. There's no reward structure around it. You don't even get that much of a reward from being top of the leaderboard. You just get the sort of name recognition. So areas where there is no competitive angle or competitive aspect could be instant battled, in my opinion. Just instant battle it. We don't need to sit there and watch my Urost get punched in the face by the Scarab King over and over again, as he's going to guarantee that he's going to beat the boss, right? I just don't need to see it. So, what makes the best team for CB out of a Valk, Artak, Taragi, Sandlash, Haikatoon, Gnut, Aox? Probably... I mean, you need an ally protector in there. So, you haven't got an ally protector. So, Haikatoon drops, probably. Aox drops, probably. You probably run something like Valk, Gnut. Oh, Taragi's a protector. What am I talking about? You probably run Taragi, Valk, Gnut, a buff extender, and probably Haikatoon. And put yourself into a 2-1 ratio and just one-shot everything. I don't know why I didn't see Taragi there. Being an idiot. Hi, Saf. What do you think of the Call of the Arbiter series? I was surprised to see decent gore and some interesting language. The problem with Call of the Arbiter for me is they are backstories, not a plot line. Like, there's like gaping holes in the overall story arc. What Arcane was very good at was creating a consistent narrative that built throughout every episode. There was undertones of social strife, there was undertones of character development, there was undertones of legacies, there was undertones of like a conflict that was coming near. There was lots of different things going on that set a general world. They world build it, but they had a plot line, right? They had a plot line which was the story of Jinx and Vi and how they were sisters, then they weren't very close, and how Jinx got influenced, spoiler alert, and then how it all came back to probably the fall of whatever the main city is, I forget. The City of Progress. The problem with Call of the Arbiter is there isn't any of that. It's, okay, here is Aethel or Athel. This is Athel's backstory. Okay, this is Kael. This is Kael's backstory. Okay, this is Elhain's. This is Elhain's backstory. Oh, Arbiter's here to save us against the darkness, but we have no idea what the darkness actually is. And all of a sudden, they're trying to actually collect all of her artifacts to stop Bad El, but we don't actually know why they're trying to stop Bad El or what Bad El is, because this is the first time we've actually seen Bad El. I mean, I know some people said you can read the lore in the game and it adds more context, but I'm like, this TV show should have it. So essentially, we've got 4 heroes that the Arbiter is collecting for no apparent reason, because the Arbiter says she has to come back to stand against the darkness of some darkness that we don't really know. And we're collecting the Arbiter's armor because we don't really know why the Arbiter can't just come back herself, even though she's already come back herself to collect the heroes. And now we're in this weird position of, well, they're going to stand up against Bad El, but we don't really know why Bad El's a bad guy. Like, you see what I mean? It's the actual, if you just look at every episode in isolation, they're actually quite good. Although a bit of a rip-off, right? We're going through all the TV shows. We had Kael and Elhain, which is basically Jon Snow in Game of Thrones, right? They went in a cave. They got a bit funky. They came out of the cave. Very, that's what happened. And then they kind of got together. Then they were unhappy with each other. And then apparently they got back together right in the end, right? So, Game of Thrones. We had, The Hobbit. Gnut went off with his little dwarven buddies to go into a cave where there was a fire-breathing thing. Okay, it was a golem, but let's face it, it's not that far off from going and get the Desolation of Smaug and trying to recover Erebor and all that kind of nonsense. So we've had the dwarves, right? I mean, originality is a bit of an issue. We have the cliche of, the hunky dark elf making out with the high elf and all that kind of stuff. We had a little bit of Star Wars with Artak, if you want to believe it. Cutting off his arm. I am your father, blah, blah, blah. It's a bit of a straight stretch, but hey. But what I will say, the production quality is good. The backstories are good. But this is the problem when you have a 5-minute time window and you don't give yourself time to create a narrative. Because we jumped between episode 7 and episode 8 to going from the 4 heroes are going to collect her gear to all of a sudden Bad El's a bad guy, and we don't actually know why Bad El's a bad guy or what they're fighting for, right? You're not invested in it. It always reminds me of what Peter Jackson basically said when he was creating the Lord of the Rings original trilogy. He basically made the decision very early on that the only thing that mattered in the story was Frodo was taking the ring to the mountain. So everything alongside that had to be related to that plot line. The plot line was the ring going to the mountain. It wasn't about the war between the dwarves and the elves. It wasn't about Tom Bombadil. It wasn't about the Barrow Downs. It wasn't about the rise of Gondor, unless it applied to the ring going to the mountain. He had that narrative. The intro basically dove you straight into the world. It built the world and it told you everything you needed to know. What are you doing? It was a bit of a stretch for you, was it? Just don't mind everyone else. You just come... Yeah, hello. Can't say. So I think the problem they've got is they've built a world, but they haven't built a plot around it. But I think if it serves the purpose of what they wanted to basically present a concept for future studios to kind of buy into, right? So they probably got enough success out of it to show a studio like Netflix that it could work. So if it does work, you know, in terms of that, has that been successful? Yes, I think so. I just look at it from a critical plotline perspective, and I'm like, I actually don't know what the story is. I have no idea why they're going around collecting her armor. For what purpose? Why is Arbiter being summoned back? What is the purpose of that? You know, it's a bit of a glaring plotline. And it just did make me laugh for how we've gone through all the different genres of TV shows. Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically they're trying to fill an entire character's backstory in 5 minutes. Yeah, I understand, Stephen, but what I would say is the prologue of the Fellowship of the Ring, the first 10 minutes, basically gives you everything you need to know to understand why the film is happening, right? In the first 10 minutes, you basically get to find out that the One Ring is really powerful. There's a big bad guy called Sauron, that the men became corrupted, that the dwarves weren't very reliable, and the elves stood against the darkness, and Sauron was defeated, but the ring was lost because of men were greedy. You basically had all of the main plot lines within the first 10 minutes of the show. So immediately from there, you're right, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm invested. I understand the characters. I understand why we're doing this. I understand why the ring is so dangerous. Like, I understand the concept of why Frodo has to go destroy. I get it. Whereas in the TV show, I'm like, I still don't, like, we're 8 episodes in of 5 minutes, right? So we've seen 40 minutes of Call of the Arbiter, and I still don't understand why Arbiter needs to be summoned. What is her purpose? And we're 40 minutes in. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not trying to say I'm critical of it that I think is terrible. I think it's really good. I just think that they missed a trick by not actually having a plot line. You know, I mean, that's what was so good about Arcane, right? The brilliant thing about Arcane wasn't just like the characterization and the plot, it's the fact that you could like emotionally connect with the plot and you were invested one way or the other. There's a void. Well done, Quarantine. Well done. The Lord of the Rings TV show could have been used, not being made. We'll talk about that. Like, exactly, Dent of Flames. We don't need every answer to every question in all 10 episodes, but you need to give me a reason. Like, we had the Arbiter episode, and I walked away from the Arbiter episode going, that was a waste of 5 minutes because I learned nothing. The Arbiter episode was a cool little battle scene, and then the Arbiter having a bit of a soliloquy for 10 minutes or 5 minutes while she explained about some sort of disaster that happened and the impending darkness. I don't know who it is. Like, it's almost like they're trying to be mysterious when they don't need to be. Like, literally tell me who is the bad guy and why is he a bad guy and what's at stake. You know, you want me to be emotionally connected with the show. Give me why I need to be, like, what I need to be emotionally connected to, what I need to be concerned about, what I need to be emotional about. Like, that's how you get sucked into TV shows. Give me a reason to care about something and explain what that is. So. Exactly, Dane. Don't really understand why. I feel like they needed what Lord of the Rings had. A 5-minute episode that explained the reason for everything. It feels like we've missed it. Right? It feels like we've missed the episode that kind of links it all together. Now, maybe it'll come all together at the end, right? Maybe the last 2 episodes are going to tie it all together in a nice neat little bow, and I'll be like, oh yeah, it's actually, they've closed it up nicely. That could happen. At the moment, it just feels like 4 random people randomly walking across Teleria, collecting lots of different things for no reason whatsoever, and then they found a dwarf and a lizard along the way. You know? It's a bit vague. Yeah. Because let's face it, I'm pretty sure, I was watching episode 8, I was sitting there, I was like, why is Bad El all of a sudden, like, why did the, you know, Elhain was like, oh, now that he's got it, nothing is going to stop him. And I'm like, we were trying to stop him? When were we trying to, where did we stop, like, what happened? When were we trying to stop him? It's like, when did that happen? Cat's being adorable. What happened to Jizzo anyway? He had an episode where everyone's... I don't know. They clearly left him somewhere, right? What is the next episode? Is it Bad El, right? Bad El's the next episode. In one scene, yeah, for sure. As I said, I just feel like, you know, if you watch the way that like, it's not... If you put it in the context of the scale, they had the same problem in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. How do you combine the first age, the second age, thousands of years of characters, of history, of scribbles, of notes, of Tolkien writings into enough of a short intro that's going to give people what they need to know to understand and enjoy the film, right? Because you can't just start with a hobbit running across the world with a ring and then there's lots of black horses chasing him, because you'd be like, what the hell is going on, right? He had the same problem, and they spent a long time trying to find the right narrative and the right language. What do we include, what do we not include, to make sure that people entered the world understanding what was at stake. And I feel like that's all they needed in Call the Arbiter. They needed a smaller scale that basically explained what's at stake. Why is Arbiter trying to come back? Why is she not back to begin with? Why is Bad El a bad person? Just give us like a little bit of backstory to explain what happened there, rather than this like really abstract thing of the darkness is coming, which is very like cliche. The darkness is returning. Like, that's very Harry Potterish, right? The Dark Lord is returning back and nobody can stop him, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, like, we saw Tatsu, and we have literally nothing to know about Tatsu. It's almost like we need a champion to sell. Okay, let's add Tatsu. Yeah, I mean, winter is coming. It's not far off, right? What are you meowing at, huh? Meowing at? What? What? You're interrupting the stream. Cats, honestly. At least Gnut appeared in multiple episodes. Tatsu basically appeared for 10 seconds, and then she's off. It's like, you know. We're there. It's only taken us all of the evening. Right, okay. War Master. Okay. It's time. It's time. We're going to run it. It could be bad because of affinity. We'll find out. We'll find out. So, to summarize, what have we got? We have a a weird clan boss team. I'll be honest, it's weird. It's very weird. We're going to be running Isala on a 2-1, Hoskril on a 4-3, Nizana on a 1-1, Rond on a 1-1, and Deacon on a 1-1. We get decreased defense from Deacon. We get leech from Deacon. We get decreased attack from Isala, increased attack from Isala, increased defense and strength from both Hoskril and Isala, and ally protection from Nizana. It doesn't fall into tune in turn 9, so I have to do a 16 turn delay on Isala at the moment. There is a way to make it a little bit better. I think I can do it with like a less turn delay, but I have to tweak some speeds. I don't know if I can really do that tonight because it's a lot of effort. I have to drop Deacon way down and a bunch of other things. Like, I don't know. Let's have a look. I'd have to drop Deacon down to 139, Hoskril up to 205. I think that's as low as you can go. Yeah. And then Nizana and Isala can go down. Can I do that? Can I drop Deacon down to 138? That's a question mark. Would make the setup a lot easier. Because, I mean, Rhonda's going to get the stun here. There's nothing I can do about that. Rhonda's going to get the stun. It's fine. But it's fine. She's not tune specific, so it doesn't really matter. Actually, it probably doesn't matter. I probably don't need to delay her. Because she's not going to get stunned. It's actually a lot better. I could probably just do a 4-turn delay at the moment. Yeah, we don't need it. We don't need it. Okay, cool. I forgot. We don't need it because Rhonda is... normally it would be Deacon, but Rhonda's not going to get stunned. Rhonda will get stunned, so... I will last 16 turns, don't worry. Okay. I gotta wait till, I think... When can I go auto? I need to do a 4-turn delay on Isala. So basically 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can go auto after the stun. Basically. Okay. It's gonna be kind of rubbish because we're gonna weak it a lot. There's not really much we can do. But it's a good test bed. It's a good test bed. Sala A1. Rhonda A3. I'm going to set it up and then I'll do a poll. Oh, sorry. How do I put full screen? I might as well just put Rhonda on A3 here. So when she hits, she can hit pretty good. Hoskrill's an A3 now. Sala. Nizana. Deacon. Hoskril A1. Rhonda, just do A2 there. And then Isala. Right, so I'll do a poll. Will we hit 23 mil? That's the question. Okay? This is the team. It's going to go full auto from here on out. We're going to have strengthen, increased defense, ally protection. We will have increased attack, decreased defense, leech, toxic, Rhonda counterattacks. Now, we don't really care about the fact that Rhonda's going to get stunned. After turn 9, Rhonda will permanently be okay because we will cleanse it with Hoskril. This is Ultra Nightmare. Ultra Nightmare. Full auto. The only risk I've got as well is Isala's not booked. So if we don't get decreased attack out, which we don't have at the moment, it's going to be a bit risque. But hopefully when we're in tune, it'll be better. And Deacon is also still a little bit low on accuracy. So this is a bit of a scuffed run. Like, this is the worst scenario that this is ever going to be in. This is like the worst one, apart from Spirit, but we don't really care about Spirit, right? This is the worst one. We're not in tune yet. We'll be at tune at turn 9. But, like, the damage is going to suck because of the infinity. And also, Deacon is resisting at 210 accuracy. Deacon needs his banner max, so it's not going to be perfect till tomorrow. Right, we're in tune. You see I cleanse the stun. So now we just need Deacon to stop misbehaving and get his decreased defense out more reliably. Because at the moment he's sucking, basically. Ally protection goes up. Leech goes out. Come on, I need decreased defense out. Come on. It's really bad. Oh, he didn't do it again. Oh my God. He should... I don't want to upgrade this today. It's a waste of silver, and I need artifact enhancement points. He's close. Like, he should... No, we'll keep the same pogs. We'll just restart it. You don't need 250 accuracy. You don't need 200. Like, 220 is normally enough. Nearly 250. I never thought it was... I didn't realize it was so high. I thought it was 220. I always aimed at 220. I mean, we can give him an extra 10. I don't care. Waste CBC points. Okay. 215. I mean, that is enough. Probably. I don't get any more accuracy anyway. It's 2, 3... This can go to 12. Oh no! Let's give him speed. It's too fast now. Great. It's too fast now. For God's sake. We love this so much. So much. 34. 35. 136. Okay. 38. Hospital now needs to be 205. Speed anyway. Yeah, plenty to left. What's the other moment? 199. I need 6 speed on Hospital. Yeah, it's a great start. Yeah, it's a great start. Yeah, it's a great start. Oh, I hate clan boss sometimes. Stop giving me 1+1. Thank you. 204. Can we get away with 204? Does it have to be 200? It has to be 205. Okay, good. 205. Okay. Well, we fixed that problem. We haven't fixed the accuracy problem. Just increment the accuracy up bit by bit. Okay. Never rolls where you want it to. Okay, well, we're at 225. That should be a little bit better now. Obviously, when this goes up, this will give us another 18. That'll get us 240 odd, so we'll be fine when we get fully leveled up. Hopefully, that should reduce the risk. I mean, he's also got, like... You know, he should be getting extra accuracy here. He should get 4. He should get this when he does that A2. So he's got 24 there. Setup is slightly different here now. Okay. Attempt number 2. We're going with no on the poll. Right. Got it. I mean, it probably is going to not get 23 mil on this because of the affinity. There is also the risk that Asala is not booked. So our decreased attack, like the reason why I haven't booked Asala yet is because all I need to do is get some decent runs in so that I can start getting some rewards and then put Gnut in. Because Gnut will be the reliable decreased attack. I can't really book Asala because the moment I book her, if I book the A3, it ruins the run. So... Deacon, A2. Still resisting. So frustrating. Oh, I messed up. Messed up the run. I messed the setup. No, there's only a 4-turn delay now. I've moved it to the better option. We tweaked the speeds because we had to because we rolled speed. So... Oh, can you just... Why can't we have a free reroll? Seriously, we've got it in Hydra. Why can't we have it in Clan Boss? Nazana doesn't need accuracy because we're going to have it here. Right? Asala is our decreased attack at the moment. It's temporary. Until we get Gnut. The moment I get Gnut... Gnut's going in. Like we see there, we resisted the brimstone. Just kind of sucks, but... It's the downside of having brimstone lower tier now. Solomon at A1. Deacon A2. Do not resist! Oh, thank you! Right. A1. A1. Ronda A2. Hospital A3, Deacon A3, A1, Salomon A1. Then go auto now, yeah? Auto. Doesn't matter, the Ronda gets stunned, so. One, two. Right, we're in tune. Okay, let's hope this works. As I said, it's a means to an end at the moment because we just need to get enough shards to help us out in the champion chase. So, yeah, on affinity, I'm probably am Denta Flames. On not affinity, I'm not, so... I've just got it set up to use the A3. She's not going to do much damage here anyway because she's weak affinity. So we're not in turn until turn 9. Once we're in turn 9, we should be good. And then it's just a question of how long can we survive. Like, he should cleanse, remove the stun. And Deacon needs to just A2 again, which he's probably resisted. Because he's an idiot. So Deacon should A2. And this turn here. Go. So Isala's at risk here because we don't have... because she's running 2-1, not 5-3, so she doesn't have ally protection. But she does have strength and an increased defense, so hopefully it should keep us all alive. So we're already at 5 mil at turn 12. It's not bad. It's not bad. This is weak affinity, remember, so it's like the worst possible outcome. Like, you can see, we're just losing so much damage from all the weak hits. Kind of sucks. Nothing I can do, really. So we resisted. Until I get his accuracy up, we can't. We're just going to have to accept it's rubbish until we get his accuracy up. Until we get artifact enhancement tomorrow, I'm not going to be able to get this reliable and consistent, but hey. It should be Alex, around about 2,000 to 2,500, I think it will be for the champion chase. My goal was to survive till turn 30. It's looking a bit ropey already. See, if this wasn't weak hit, she'd be pumping some more damage, but because she's weak hitting a lot and she's already down 30% damage, she's just losing so much. It's not far, though. What are we at? 7 mil? We're what? 500,000 a turn? It's 46 turns it would need to be. It's never going to reach that. Unless it's going to ramp up more damage, we won't get it. Because of affinity. Star's just taking a lot of damage as well. Just kind of shows you the value of ally protection. Yeah, I mean, not even 21 turns. Resistance, Joseph. I can't run it today. I'll have to run it here. I think it runs still. Final Nightmare, does it? It runs Final Nightmare. Just set up the delays different. We'll just have to run a Nightmare today. I don't have the gear yet. I haven't got it. I need to upgrade the accessories. Like they're too squishy. They're too squishy, and they're also not enough accuracy. So we're not getting the decreased defense regularly enough. Like, it's a time game, right? I can't afford to have one window where I lack the decreased defense. So we might just have to wait to Gnut as well. Like, Gnut solves the problem of this team because we get decreased attack and weaken, which is what the team mainly lacks, so... Oh, now we're weak hitting here. It's because I know if I run this on Void, it's going to be a lot better. But it's just affinity issues. And in a non-2-1, you don't have the advantage that you can just, like, deal with affinity the same way. Damn, I should have delayed her one more turn. Okay, we're gonna have to manual a bit further because I messed up. Sala, are you in the right place? No, we need to just push you forward one turn as well, right? Okay, just do that a sec. Rhonda, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure this sets up correctly for Nightmare. Kind of made a mistake because the delays are slightly different. A3 here. Can you do A1? Zana A1. Sala Mono A2. Ronda A1. Hoscarl A1. Sala A1. You can just do A2, it's fine, doesn't really matter. Nazana A1. I think I can go auto from this point on now. Cleanse. Okay. So, no, yeah, we're not quite there yet for Ultra Nightmare. Just kind of shows the difficulty, right? I thought I had it in the bag with strength and an increased defense, but we're kind of like trying to shoehorn champions in with half-built champion gear. Like, you can't just do what I can do on my main account where you just run it at level 54 and off it goes. Like, the axe is just not there. Losing one of those debuffs is critical on a traditional team. Once I get Gnut replaces Rhonda, and we basically just annihilate the boss. Just annihilate it. Because we get decreased defense, we get decreased attack and weaken with his counterattacks. So we don't need to book Asala then, because Asala isn't required. We also get increased defense from Hoscarl, so it helps boost his damage, and then we probably easily do 23 mil. Easily. Congrats, Alex. How's the fusion going? It's going well. I'm just trying to basically get a clan boss team built. So... yeah, exactly, Smurf. I mean, I ran it because I was hoping I could get, like, at least a couple of Ultra Nightmare chests. Like, I'll have to upgrade it tomorrow anyway, because it's the artifact enhancement. So I might as well upgrade those Axie banners, upgrade, like, the top rows at least. Give it another go then. But it's probably just a bit too basic. This is, to some extent, this kind of shows the issue I have with Rhonda. I 60'd her specifically to deal damage in Clan Boss, and she can't do it. Because she doesn't bring anything. She doesn't bring weaken, decreased defense, decreased attack. She doesn't bring anything other than damage. So the moment one of my other champions just don't do it, she's basically useless. It's probably a bit harsh on her because obviously she was weak affinity. Like, this is going much better. Like, this will probably one key Nightmare. Like, this is way stronger than the team I was running. The team I was running couldn't get above 10 mil. This will easily get above 10 mil. Like, the damage in this team is basically all on Rhonda. If Rhonda can't do damage, we don't do damage. Doesn't help, we just had decreased access, so we lost decreased attack. What will happen if you have Gnut? Rhonda comes out, Gnut goes in, and I probably 3 key Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss without breaking a sweat. Like, it's just so much damage. No, Deacon's in Toxic because I prioritize damage. Kind of need to heal. It's the problem, see? Decreased accuracy is also a problem. Affinity for this team is just a bit of a nightmare. I can't even... waste of time. It's affinity. Because I'm losing accuracy with decreased accuracy. I feel like I should not have 60'd Rhonda. I feel like Rhonda was a mistake. Yeah, Rhonda's in Giant Slayer. No, Dwedan's always been a 3-turn A3. This is 4-turn. That's a 4-turn. Should probably help with Fire Knight, though. The issue why both of these runs are failing is Rhonda's weak affinity on Ultra Nightmare, and Deacon doesn't have enough accuracy to begin with, really. And we're trying to basically now, like, he's getting decreased accuracy debuffs, which is just ruining him. He's also weak affinity here, right? So not only do I have weak affinity Deacon, I also have decreased accuracy, so I can't run this team on affinity. I knew that would be an issue. So I got to keep that in mind that obviously tomorrow when I get up, like, I'd run the team on Void. I wouldn't run it on... I wouldn't run this on affinity. The goal was never to run it on affinity. Now we're just always attacking without decreased defense. I think it's better. We haven't got decreased attack now. Like, Asala's not... I was worried about Asala's A2 as well because it's not booked. So she's not actually got a 100% chance decrease attack either. So that's probably a fail rate. And Nazana also isn't booked, so that's a fail rate. Like, there's too many risks in this team. I was hoping that with increased defense and strength, then we'd be able to just blitz enough damage with Rhonda that we'd get through it. But you can see the moment decreased attack drops off, got no chance. Which is why I said Gnut will be fine. When Gnut comes in, he'll solve, like, we just resisted there. We just solved so many problems. It's just a little bit depressing, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie, it's just really depressing. I've spent about a week trying to make this team work. Getting them all ready, upgrading them, getting masteries on them, and it doesn't work. Weak hit. Yay, no more damage. Just affinity. I mean, technically, it's an improvement of my 8 million damage team, right? I didn't book her. I haven't even booked Asala. I've booked no champions to make this team work. Hoscarol was already booked, and Deacon was already booked because they were good. Nazana was booked for the ally protection, so the other two champs aren't booked. But you can just see, like, I'm not landing anything because of weak affinity. I don't think I've landed decreased attack in the last 2 attempts. There we go. Sala's basically dead. Decreased accuracy is ruining me. Probably happy. I haven't got Razin. Yeah, she is the problem here. Cool. Be silly. Didn't even 2-key. We didn't even get to the second chest. What a waste of time. I actually hate this account. I'm not going to lie. I really despise this account. I can't get any luck or any advantage on it. She just doesn't. So here's the problem. She is not bringing anything to the team. So 7 million damage is not more than a poisoner. I could put Kale in that team and he'll do 7 million damage. She's not actually bringing anything. That's the issue with her. She doesn't bring anything. I could probably put Artak in that team and hope that he would stay in speed tune and he'll bring more damage than Rhonda. She's overrated. I should not. I was 50-50 on 60 in her anyway. Oddwin was like, you won't regret it, do it. A couple other people said she was a means to an end. But now I see why I never really liked Rhonda to begin with. Because she's not in a bad build. She's in a strong build. She just doesn't do anything in a clan boss team. Like, she doesn't bring enough. She needs to bring more. For this level of an account, she needs to bring more than just damage. Because I'm having to basically shoehorn champions into a position and they're not reliable enough. Now, some of it's down to affinity, because magic is obviously decreasing accuracy. Void, she was weak affinity on an Ultra Nightmare. So I'll try and run it on Void, but that doesn't feel like that's going to last much longer on Void. Now, a lot of the problem as well is this isn't booked. But the risk that I run is if I use her and I book this ability, then I can't... The speed tune kind of falls apart, because the moment that runs on a 5-turn cooldown, the strengthen moves all over the place. Which means that the stun doesn't have a strengthen or decreased defense. Which means the whole point of having her was for that protection. But, you know, it's a lot of epic books as well to try and get that kind of like on a good situation. So we don't really have consistent decrease attack. We don't really have... It's just a bad speed tune, basically. It's not that she's a bad champion for clan boss. What I'm saying is for an early game progression, she's not giving enough to the clan boss team that should have warranted me 60 in her. You know, when you 60 a legendary champion at the start, you want what Artak does. You know, Artak changed most of my teams. She didn't really do much. She's basically, you know, I don't know. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's just frustrating a little bit. I'm not really progressing as much as I'd like. It is what it is, I guess. So. Yeah, but Nazana's A3 is not 100% either. If I'm going to book anything, I'll book the Isala. Yeah, I mean, Gnut will change it. Like, Gnut will make Ultra Nightmare much more accessible because we'll get a decreased attack on a reliable setting, right? I'll probably maybe even look to move to a 2-1 with Gnut. I don't have many champions on this account. It's free to play. I've had no legendary luck. You know, I've basically pulled nothing of it. I've pulled a few champions of value, but nothing that really is like standout for clan boss. For Gnut, I got 6 legendary books, G-Man. And I've also got the campaign I can do, and I've also got Arbiter missions. So I've got books that I can get some stuff on him. What should I run Artak for IG Hydra? You should run the Resistance, Joseph. Resistance Mastery. Your last super chat. Sorry, did I miss it? Oh, I did miss it. Sorry. Can Gnut replace Bellinor in a Bat Eater without losing 20 million damage? So long as you're not dependent on Bellinor's aura and buff, yes. If you lose the crit rate from all your champions, then no, because obviously you're going to lose probably 20 million damage across 4 champions. But if you rebuild them to make sure they're 100% crit rate, then yeah, Gnut will out-damage Bellinor, for sure. So, just frustrating. We'll just finish the dailies here and then get off the free-to-play. I've been on it all day. Yeah, I mean, Affinity is having quite an impact there, right? Ultra Nightmare was destroying our Ronda damage. On Nightmare, we're losing accuracy. So, we, you know, if we haven't got the accuracy numbers, then you don't have decreased attack, decreased defense, you lose a lot of damage. It is a race against time team, right? You need to pump your damage early. It's not like, you know, killable teams where you can run. It's not like a killable team where you can basically, you know, catch up later on in the run once you're in tune. The fact it takes 9 turns to get into tune is probably a problem. I probably just need to simplify the clan boss team a little bit and just try to go back to a 1-1 with something, or maybe just a standard 2-1 with an extender. I have the champions that I can do a 2-1. It's just I was concerned that I wouldn't have the speeds to do a 2-1 for everyone, because it's like 180 and you've got to try and build them to stay alive. It's a big ask. So, I mean, I didn't waste any silver. So what I got to keep in mind is I didn't waste any silver because I upgraded good gear, right? I replaced bad gear with good gear. It's not like the gear that I've used there is bad. I can reuse it. It's okay. It just means I probably have got about a couple of million debt in terms of re-gearing to do. So, I don't think it's as easy as that last. Like, this is coming from someone who's literally just had to do that process. You can put him in, but it doesn't mean it's going to be safe or guaranteed. I've had to, like, my Spider 20 team, I had to work around it a little bit. Like, you still need to build Artak in a specific way, right? I don't have stun gear. I don't have regen gear. So I can't just put Artak in and expect it to win. Now, obviously, if I had that gear, I could. But then the question mark would be, if you had that gear, do you need him to do that? And can you do it faster anyway, right? But for my level of this free-to-play account here, I can't just put Artak in and win. It just doesn't work like that. It's just not how it rolls. He just gets killed or one-shot. And he's not in a bad build by any means, but he's not got the regen or the stun set, which is kind of important. I did, Alex. I answered your question. I said Bellinor will not... Gnut will out-damage Bellinor, Alex. But you've got to make sure that if you've built your clan boss team around Bellinor's aura, then you need to lift the crit rate up. If you don't 100% crit rate on all of the champions in the team, then obviously you'll lose a lot of damage, right? So as long as you're not dependent on Bellinor's aura and crit rate buff, then Gnut will out-damage Bellinor, yes. I have a hard time because I feel like I have good 5-star gear and a good amount of 6-star, but not quite there that... No, you didn't miss a gear cleanse, Woodsman. We're going to be doing it now. I'm just finishing the dailies on the free-to-play, and then I'm getting off the dailies, off the free-to-play, because it's driven me mad. And then we're going to go on the main. We'll talk about the Sand Devil tournament in a little bit. We will talk about then also, we'll probably do some gear cleansing. I've got to do Hydra as well, so... I'm stuck at stage 94 just because I haven't had time to play like Doom Tower. So I'm stuck at floor 94 because it's got all the Valkyries in Phenomenon. I'll probably use some sort of Orogrim trick though. So hey RSL. I should use this energy, but I can't be bothered. Oh well. Tomorrow we'll try it on Void, see if we improve, but that is very disappointing, I'm not going to lie. It's very disappointing. So. What can you do, eh? What can you do? Maybe we'll pull a legendary, you never know. You never know. One day. Right, I'm going to swap over. Let's get off this account. Safi had a bug with choke and target champ without having a high crit damage. My cold target keeps getting targeted instead of the Abyssal in Stone Skin. He won't target Stone Skin, RSL Raider. He'll only target Stone Skin if everyone is in Stone Skin. So you can't do that trick. He will avoid Stone Skin. Is it better to buy keys or shard packs with gems in your position? So the 4,800 energy gems I've got, James, is basically a stockpile of, if I need ancient shards, I can dip into it. So I will, if I need to, but I don't really want to, because I'm going to need to use that gem refills for energy to finish the tournament. As I said, once I get Gnut on the free-to-play, I'm taking another week break, because it's dry, like running 2 accounts and doing all these events is stressful. But Gnut is so account changing, I thought it was worth going for on the free-to-play. It's the first fusion where I thought, right, I can't miss it. So, right, this Sand Devil turn attack that we're getting. I don't know what the points are going to be, but I can tell you right now, it's probably going to be the highest stage, and this is the team that I would recommend for the most people. This is the team I'm going to recommend most people do. Some form of variant of this. Now, if you haven't got Ninja, you can use Chronum. Chronum can do it. Before everyone says, oh, I haven't got Ninja, how can I do it? Chronum is just as good if you haven't got him. You can go down the route of Artak, but that turns just take too long. If you don't want to go this route, the other fast one at 25 or 24 is going to be something like Duchess, Double Acrisia, Duchess Max, something like that. I mean, you can do it fully booked. You can do it 5-turn booked Darky. There's like 3 variants at 25. There's a 24 one that can work fully booked, right? This I think I deleted it because I don't run it anymore. There is a 24 Aneri that can work as well. That can work. If you've got a high awakening, it can work. There's variants of this that can work for every person. But all I'm going to say is, unless you've got Double Acrisia Riho, this is probably going to be the fastest turn count. There is Septimus Armiga variants, but it all depends on having like that Riho setup. This is pretty fast. And the good thing is you can run Ninja in super like nothing. 11 turns, 17 seconds is Riho, Kaimar, Gnut, Acrisia. Well, I mean, you need the Acrisia though. And people are not going to have Gnut in time unless they went for the epic. I can't imagine they're going to want to summon him just for this tournament. So, no, not this team, because the thing is, the boss still has decreases incoming damage for enemy skills by 75%, right? So the only way you get rid of that is adding debuff. So unless you're going to run Riho, you can't do it. So. Aneri fully booked and 6-star blessing. Yes, Dutchy. There is if you run her a miracle heal, you can run her a lot slower at 25 with food, and it works really well. Biohack did a team on it. I haven't got a 5-star Aneri, so I can't tell you. So Gnut's probably going to be a better replacement than Acrisia once you have a Riho. But what I don't like about that team is you have to lock in certain champions to certain speeds. Like you have to lock in Duchess at quite a slow speed and a bunch of different things. I don't really like that. What's nice about this is you can basically commit one champion, because Ninja is glass cannon here. All Ninja needs to do is just hit A2. He can die then. You want him to die because you want the turn count to be lower. Like here, I just want him to die. I don't want him taking turns. So you need Miracle Heal. I don't know if curing could... Maybe curing could work. The problem is if you have curing, you're not healing Liliana. You need the regen. You can't run curing because it's a 4-piece. So you're not healing enough, right? The A1 and the A2 is not enough healing. You need the extra regen per turn. Yeah, you can post a link to Biohack's team. That's the one I'm talking about. Biohack figured it out. It does need 5 max, yeah. Curing's 4. Yeah, go give a thumbs up to Biohack's YouTube video as well. It's really good. It depends on having a 5-star Aneri, though. It doesn't work if you haven't got 5-star Aneri. You need the Miracle Heal to be happening all the time. No Chrono, but Jamasa and Ninja. You don't need Jamasa, you need an Eerie. Hello. Yes. Hello. Cat. Yes, the cat woke up. So you can see it. Is it fast? No, because you're kind of dependent on Ninja to not weak hit, because he's weak affinity here. But this is what I'll be running tomorrow. I'll be double dipping the champion training event with this to basically get the tournament done. If it's worth doing. If the tournament is terrible, I won't do it. If the tournament is worth doing, you know. Yeah, you need 5-star. You need 5-star. Ideally, Nexard. 5-star is what unlocks a lot of the efficiencies because you can run her a lot slower. You always get the Miracle Heal Restoration, so it just makes it a lot better. So, yeah, exactly. I've looked on the optimizer, Luso, and it's about... You're only about 20 turns out, so it depends on how they do the point structuring. We'll know a lot more tomorrow morning. I'll do a video on it. So, you know, we'll go through it. Everyone but him has crit rate. No problem, Alex. So if you just carbon copy him out, everyone's got 100% crit rate, then yes, Gnut will out damage Bellinor, for sure. But keep in mind, you lose decreased defense. So if you're losing decreased defense, it's a big loss, right? You need to find decreased defense in there somewhere, so you'd have to run the Deacon Eater instead, right? You wouldn't be able to do it. So that is something to keep in mind. You are getting decreased defense and weaken with Bellinor. I also wouldn't want to lock Gnut into a clan boss team unless you really needed to. The only reason why I'm talking about it on my free-to-play is because it's the best option. I wouldn't want to do it unless you really need to. So, now, this build here is quite high. It's very difficult. I'm not saying it's accessible, but there are options with more fail rates. I've gone for the non-fail rate. She's at 4.2k defense, 64k HP, 286 speed. And she also gets speed from here. Spirit Haste. It's fast. I've done a video on it. It's very fast. There are accessible options that can have a bit more fail rate. I wanted to go for no fail rate. Ninja, as you can see, it's actually where I think Affinity Breaker is very good. It's a situation where you want a one-hit wonder skill. So he's at 226 speed with enough accuracy to land the debuffs, and then he's just dying. I just want him to die. I don't really care. I just want him to die. So we'll see what happens. Why does it not line up? It just depends. I mean, he's giving you breakpoints, Riley. It could be that there's more flexibility in the speed. If there's particular errors, you can let him know. But he should be on top of those. I think most people will be running. Yeah, when we looked at the stats, Ninja and Eerie accounted for about 87% of all clan boss of all Sand Devil runs, right? All the Sand Devil runs we counted at these stages, Ninja and Eerie was basically around about 87% of all of those runs. So this is what most people will run. So it's true, Liliana. Yeah, it is true. It's not as bad, especially if you pair it with cruelty, right? If you pair it with a high cruelty, it's not so bad, but it's still a bit of a loss. So there's a second option to Ninja. You can run Chronum. You can run he's probably the best sub. Single activators like Artak and what's his face? Artak and Dreng, they just take too long. So you have a non-fully booked Aneri for food, right? So you have a non... so the Aneri here, she's basically... The only requirements for this Aneri is... She needs to have one book only and at least one book, right? She needs one book here and one book here. No more than one here. As many as you want here. Doesn't really matter. But this one has to be one book only. But I do have the other variant with the other Aneri, which I had fully booked. I was running on stage 24. But I've just kind of killed that now because 25 is the best for lesser potions as well. 25 is the best stage to farm overall now. But it could be, because I think the way that it's going to work, I think they're basically going to reward you points for the stage and then points for how many turns it takes. So it could be that something like stage 11, because it's only 12 energy and you can do it in like 10 turns, even though it rewards you less points per stage, it's actually going to be more efficient overall for the amount of energy you spend with the stage and the turns, right? don't really know what it's going to be. We don't really necessarily care about efficiencies if it's stage 7 or 11 or 25 because they're the best stages anyway. We'll have to see. How did you move from 24 to 25? I built a different Aneri. Ninja, as far as masteries, is this. We take Eagle Eye for accuracy because we need it. Cycle of Magic because, you know, I like to get back to his A2 as much. And just take a bit of shadow healing for the different things. He's built more like when he was a tank. He's not a tank anymore. I use Ninja a lot less than I used to. And when Gnut comes out, I'm going to use him even less. 7 is okay to farm. You just get more at 25, Arik. If you can't do 25, 7 is adequate for lesser oil. It's just that 25 is better overall because you're just going to get more of everything. It's the best. It's actually not the best for greater. 24 is the best for greater by a little bit, but it's best for superior and best for lesser. I've just missed the question. Sorry, Mad Eye. At some point, probably. At the moment, no, because it's all with like the investor stage and the pre-planning and all that kind of stuff. But eventually, at some point, I will be. To be honest, my time is better spent on the optimizer and the website at the moment, building new tools and everything for the for you guys for raid. Right? There's so many things that we want to do that I'm working on. That's where my time has been spent. But at some point, I'll be involved. I mean, if you've got Chrono can solo it with Jamasa in the team, right? Jamasa dies, so he gets the 4-turn revive. Can I use fully booked an area with the Crizia instead of Sand Devil? Crizia. I don't... You can't... So you can't really run the Crizia team without Riho. Riho is essential. Riho is essential to the max HP nuker. You can run a sub like Taurus, but it becomes difficult. With Riho, you get decreased defense and weaken all-in-one ability. You get 5 debuffs. It reduces his passive. That's where you can get the damage in. But without Riho, the max HP strategy is very difficult to work. Speed ranges. All you need is a Neri to be at 286. This is the minimum. Can't go any lower. It's a break point. 286, but she has to have Spirit Haste. Right? You need Spirit Haste. 286. And then I think Ninja can't be any slower than 220. I think that's the minimum. But he can go faster. You don't want him to go too fast, though. Nah. The problem with Romantu is he hits too many times. Romantu does it in 4 attacks. So you lose all your counter. So they wake up. Yeah, you hit 4 times. Whereas Riho does it in 1. It's why I put a poll in Discord, if you haven't seen, guys, all of you members, where I've said, you vote on a champion and I'm going to build a clan boss team around it on my main account, because right now I need to break Riho out of my clan boss team. Because right now Riho is in my clan boss team, so I can't build the required accuracy for the new dungeon and for things like Sand Devil. So I'm going to break her out of this team and probably build a new team that doesn't require her with whatever champion you ask. Have you thought about adding champion priority to the optimizer where you take gear from champions with lower priority but not high priority? There is already that in there, Arik. That already exists. If you go to the optimizer, If you go to the optimizer and you go to your account settings, you can enable advanced locking. Yeah, that's what we need to do. No, it's free. Free feature for everyone. Advanced locking. Once you enable that, when you go to champions, you can lock champions based on a 1 to 5 priority. And when you go into here and you go into your battle tab or your configure tab and you say, I want to exclude champions who are in priority 1, 2, 3, 4, we leave you decide how you want to define what priorities are, right? You might want priority 1 to be your best champions or priority 5. That's up to you. But you get 5 different tiers of priority. You can basically lock them however you want and then exclude those champions so that they don't take gear from those champions. Does anyone know if summoning a void champion for missions or mercy, or when you get them, as long as... If summoning a void champion from missions or when getting them, as long in sets the mercy system? No. No, free champions that you get is not a summonable thing. Doesn't affect your mercy counter at all. What is the time limit for the live arena? You've got 37 minutes. I should probably do one before I decay, actually. Yeah, Calvalax is no, because the boss is not asleep, Seth. You have to put the boss asleep first. Get out of the way. Get. Thank you. Does the Neri have to be faster for stage 25 than 24? Yes. The boss is 5 faster, and Neri needs to be 5 speed faster, equally. Talking to Sand Devil team optimizer, it'd be nice to have a book feature so I can find a Neri to match my fully booked. Yeah, we have partially booked, cool. There's fully booked, partially booked, and not booked, but not really like 1 book or 2 book, you know? So there's elements of it. I want speed for agency. Did you say about Masters for Ninja South? I was talking... Yes. I basically took Eagle Eye Private Skull. Wait. Is this a... What? Am I being cloned? Why? What? The bear. Am I being cloned? Has someone copied my exact account? It's like... What the hell? It's the same team. Someone has been watching me. I feel like I need to check if anyone's in the bushes outside now. I won't lie. It's creeped me out a little bit. Yeah, so Private Skull, just go Eagle Eye, and then I've just gone like defense support tree. No War Master. No War Master for Sand Devil. Ooh. My turn. I can't really lock you out, so my turn. Oh, well, that's annoying. How come he got 3 stuns and I got none? It's a bit unfair. Oh. I theoretically should always win this. So long as I get Ukko out of the way, I should win this. I just stole block passive skills. How has he managed to get everyone stunned? And I haven't even had 1 stun yet. Oh, stop it. Oh, come on. Oh, we got a stun. Happy days. Maybe I can play the game. My frustrations are rising with the game tonight. He's done every one of my team champions. Like, come on. Any thoughts on what I should do? Not what I just did, apparently. That was a case of he got more stuns than I did. Good old-fashioned RNG. Yep. I didn't even get 1 ally attack off of Necret, right? To be honest, I've been thinking about dropping my Ukko. I just don't find him that good anymore. I know, yeah, that's right. It's just I haven't done live arena for a couple of days, so I probably should have do it to avoid being... Not really worried about the rest. Yeah, it's too inconsistent now, Robo. I'm finding more often than not bringing him as a burden rather than a benefit, because he's not actually doing what he's meant to. Oh, look. I guess we just wait around for a couple of turns. Mortu is not a problem in this team, Joseph. We just wait. This is the definition, as Ethofaces just said, of Wait Shadow Legends. Why? Because all we're going to do is we're just going to keep waiting. All we're going to do, because we've got to wait for the Stone Skin, we've got to wait for the Ultimate Death Knight. I'll just attack the Ultimate Death Knight, I guess. Ah, isn't it fun? Isn't it fun? Yeah, it's not that he's bad. I find he's more irregular now, Liliana, right? And you kind of want regularity in Arena. There's so much RNG in Arena, the last thing we need is to add more. Oh, God, this is boring as hell. Yeah, if you have to rely on RNG, you're already halfway down to the problem. Isn't this fun? This is so exciting. How's my favorite CC Ultimate doing? Not great today. We're not having a great time today. We might actually start being able to start playing the game in a sec. It's taken us 2 minutes. Talk about the Sand Devil. I can't make the 260 Godseeker speed, but I've been seeing builds on the optimizer running an area at 180 speed. How do you know if that works level 24? 180 speed? I have no... It must be paired with something else. I'm only doing it so I don't decay. This is the only reason why I'm fighting this, so I don't decay. Right. Okay. We can start killing people. So we're going to first pick on trying to take Ultimate Death Knight out. Oh, we softened him up. Somewhat. How is this fun to play? Like, when you pick Ultimate Death Knight, how do you enjoy this? Because I can't see it, me. I don't see how this is enjoyable. Because it's not like he's going to win, he's going to lose. Because the next ability that I have is just going to one-shot his... Well, I would have done, except you're going to have the things. But, like, he's going to lose. It might take me 3 minutes more to do this, but he's going to lose. Because he hasn't got any damage outside of his Mortu. And all I have to do is not hit his Mortu. Now, my Necret might die, but that's fine. I've got Pythian to revive. So as long as I just keep Ultimate Death Knight, he's not got any revives. I just don't get why people build these types of teams, because it's like, I'd rather just not play Live Arena. That's how, like, boring I would find this. I'd rather just not play Live Arena. So... like, once this Ultimate Death Knight is dead... I don't really want to waste... Probably should just A2 to kill him. Just need to finish him off. Come on, Constantine. There we go. Right. One problem down. Well, at least you can kill Necret, Dutchy. Mushy. Like you can see, Necret's getting pumped down a bit. Who should we kill next? Valkyrie? Ooh, he killed one of my champions. Doesn't matter. And we go again. I mean, I'd rather be one shot by Rotus 5 times in the time it takes me to just win this one team. I guess that's what I'm kind of saying. I'd rather lose quickly than win slowly. Just me. Because all this is just me waiting 2 minutes to actually start the fight because I had to wait for Stone Skin. And then I'm like, now I'm just waiting to find the right setup. Just to basically kill the Valk, and then I'll go after the Mortu once the counterattack is not on. I'm just waiting to burn the last of the passives, just one by one. I've got so much to do, Caston. I'm gonna have to do some of it tonight. But I don't know, maybe I'm gonna do Hydra first because I gotta do Hydra. Maybe I'm just not in the mood for gear cleansing after the disaster that was the clan boss. Right, we can kill one. Now we start on Mithrala. I'm not saying Rotus isn't strong, but you can counter Rotus. You actually can't do anything with Ultimate Death Knight if you think about it. Of hell. Like, you can't actually do anything to Ultimate Death Knight if you can't get rid of the Stone Skin. You can't normally get rid of the Stone Skin because of Polymorph or bad RNG. It's 50-50, right? So then you just end up waiting around, and I just don't see how it's enjoyable. Like, it's frustrating. Turbo counters Ultimate Death Knight. Yes and no. You've got to kill Ultimate Death Knight with Turbold, or Turbold is useless. And Turbold is normally used with the right setup. Guess who we have to ban? Of all the champions in the game, who are we banning? Bring bombs to kill Stone Skin, Ultimate Death Knight. Yeah, then you got Marichkan, who puts block damage up. Ooh. It's a bit of a curveball, isn't it? That's fine. There's no increased accuracy. You won't get past my Pythian. Oh, this person knows how to play. The amount of times I've seen people ban my Constantine, my Vlad, not the Constantine, and then I just block revive him. To be fair, though, I don't think he's going to have enough accuracy to get through my Pythian. If he does, then we're in trouble. So we'll have to see what happens. It's also a lot of buffs that Vlad's going to try and breach. Yeah, I didn't think he could. He's not... Without the thing about bombers, you need the increased accuracy most of the time. Because now I just do that. And we just start working our way through it. We might as well wait for our AoE. Because we haven't got increased attack yet. The thing about bombers is you need to have like the Kimmy into it, an Arbiter. Because without the increased accuracy, it's actually quite difficult to build a champion. Like, he's just going to be perma killed now. They're going to revive him. I'm just going to destroy his max HP. Life Harvest. What do I do now? Just kill him again. So that's why you don't see a lot of bombers, in my opinion. No, this is going to be quite quick cool because they've destroyed his max HP. Only required one revive because I got double life harvest. So he's not going to be able to keep his bomber alive. I'm just going to keep killing him over and over again. Might take me a while to kill the revivers, though. But every time I kill, I get 2 meter, so... all I need to do is get one of the revivers down. They revive the reviver, start destroying max HP. rid of that. This is why I actually think Life Harvest is really, really strong. If you can get a high awakened champion with Life Harvest in your clan, in your arena team, preferably with someone with agency, because I just kill him again. Like, he's never going to be able to win because it's too easy now because I've destroyed so much of his max HP. It's actually, I actually think it's maybe a little bit too strong. Like, I don't even need to attack him because my Duchess can kill him now. Oh look, you revived another person. They're dead again. Might take me another minute, but eventually Life Harvest is going to win this fight. Do you think if they released a Void Legendary that does Kimmy roll, we could see bombs come back in? Not whilst Marichka is meta, Kessel, because Marichka places block damage the moment you put a bomb on one of the team. So until they nerf Marichka, which is never going to happen, bombs are dead in arena at high-end level, at least. That's why, to be honest, it doesn't really make sense that they thought, well, HP Burn is going to be the answer. I'm like, well, HP Burn is also going to proc Marichka's passive. It's like, dude, your poor little Gaius has been killed and brought back alive so many times at this point. Just let him rest. Kimmy is better normally because you can rip off a layer of shields, which can be quite good. So people prefer Kimmy because you get a turn meter boost as well. The setup normally that's quite difficult is Kaimar, Kimmy, like Kaimar, Kimmy with Arbiter, or Kaimar, Kimmy Arbiter with a Gaius, or Gnishak Gaius combo. You can just overwhelm them with bombs, and if you can breach their cleanser's resistance, then you'll win, you know. Oh, Siffy's looking a bit risky. No, because I need them to target the right champions. Is there a revive coming? Give me turn meter. What the guy hasn't figured out is every time they revive, they just give my Vlad more turn meter because he gets 20% turn meter for every revive. So by constantly reviving, they're just making it easier for me to kill them again. There we go. Block active. He's doomed. It's actually a lot longer than I thought. How much Giant Slayer does Giant Slayer do? It's the same damage as War Master Arik. There's no difference. We'll do 2 more and then I'm done with this. Yeah, at least that way I knew what I was doing, right? It felt more fun. Like, the thing about that was I was playing the game. I was trying to kill someone. Whereas with Ultimate Death Knight, you're just waiting. Like, you're physically just not doing anything for 2 minutes. How many points do we need in the champion chase for the last rit? Probably somewhere between 2 to 2,500, I would say. Somewhere in that region. Yeah, I mean, Rats' account that he drives is mental. So, yeah, it's Life Harvest. If you get to like a 5 or 6 star Life Harvest, it's really just it's destructive. It's so bad. It's so strong. What have we got? Yeah, it's the fun factor. It's feeling like you're actually playing the game. Whereas I feel like with Ultimate Death Knight, it feels like you're not playing the game because you're just waiting. And that's the difference for me. It's like, I gotta feel like I'm playing to enjoy it. Like I'm at least doing something. Like, Life Harvest is especially useful, again, on champions that you want to take turns, right? People like Duchess, Necret, champions that you want to have a turn rather than just like pure tanks, like benefit more from it. I'm going to guess Arbiter's the strength here. What team was he running that into, Cool? Because the moment you do block damage on Marichka, you block it. I'm guessing he's running Taras. So it doesn't really matter, right? My turn. Strip some buffs away. Rotus is stunned. Oh, that hurt. How has he got another ally attack? Oh, it's because it's friggin'... I forgot that. Start working on him. Does Light Harvest heal max HP? Yes. It doesn't steal, it drops. It destroys max HP. How many points do you have for each type of champ for champ chase? I can't find it. It's 10 to 50, 500. And then I think it's 10 to 50, 500. Do I just kill him? No, attack him. And then I think it's 50, 350, 650. I could be wrong though. Oh, so close. Who's he gonna one shot? Who's he gonna one shot? He's gonna one shot that. Sorry, I can't do anything else. Losing Constantine is kind of a meh here. Necra is so strong. That's right, we got another revive. Go on, give me Vlad. Let Vlad take a turn. Let Vlad take a turn. Thank you. Let's get some turns. One down. Yes, kill him again. Get some stuns. Need to keep him alive. This is a close one. This is a close one. Because I haven't got any control over these two. And if he starts doing if he starts rotusing, we're in trouble. He's going to start rotusing. Don't kill the Vlad. Don't kill the Vlad. Don't kill the Vlad. Yes. That's why. Oh, yes. That's actually okay. Polymorph is fine. That's not okay. Now we're kind of in trouble. Somewhat. We've got to hope we've got the revive the moment we pop out a sheep. Oh boy. You lose so much turn meter. I don't have it. Stun. Oh, we got some stun locks. He's dead though. Ugh. Too much damage. It's close. Oh. Do I listen to the great big sea? I do not. The counter to the Ukrainian duos is quite simple. Don't play arena. It's a simple counter. That's the way you do it. Yeah, I'm just doing the refill G-Man. Just doing my daily 5 and then I'm peacing out. Confirm. Confirm. Game. Do I take the Arbiter or do I take the Leo? I feel like I take the Arbiter because I just deprive them of their increased attack. That's a bit better. Put that in for the bomb resists. Just pull the Grunch 6-star. No, he's not worth, unfortunately, Chuck. Sorry. Keep it, though, just in case you need it in the future. Yeah, exactly, Ben. I mean, I don't really enjoy it. I'm only doing this because it's just my 5 daily. I haven't played Live Arena in like 5 days, so. Did you say stage 16 of Ice Golem would be best for Dungeon Divers? Stage 16 is the best for Dungeon Divers, correct. Should take out Gnishuk, I guess. Take him out. The awkward part is I have to knock out his passive, which is probably... Oh man, how did he get fear? How much accuracy does this Leo have? Is this like... He's used Leo as a weaken for bombs. Who does this? He's used Leorius for weaken. Like just what? Like, but why? Why? What? Why? like if I lose to this, like, I'm like, but why? Of all the champions to set up a bomber, Leorius is like way low. Like, it's really low down my list. I banned Arbiter. Probably going to lose neck right here. I banned the Arbiter. It's like, but why? Heal up. Unfortunately, none of the factions match Constantine's passive, so we can't block the revives. So I really should be focusing on killing the Pythian rather than trying to kill everyone else. We'll get some damage here. There we go. He's probably got a revive in him. Of course. Of course. That's how the cookie crumbles. I was sitting there thinking, how is he placing debuffs on my Pythian that's got like 400 plus resistance with an aura? And I'm like, he's using it for a weaken for bombs. But like, why? Like, it's such a waste of a champion. Like, Leo is just so good. It's actually really annoying to beat this team because he's got too many revives. He's going to revive the Pythian. I just need to blast them all in one go. It's actually quite annoying. I mean, the problem is, like, it's a bit one-dimensional because he hasn't got a cover for Arbiter. So because he hasn't got a cover for Arbiter, he can't actually produce enough damage on his bombs to actually win. So if his Arbiter didn't get banned, he's probably okay. But because his Arbiter did get banned, he hasn't got increased attack now. So now he's going to quit. Okay. I've seen it all today. Like. I don't know. I just have no words. I've never seen someone use a Leorius as a bomb buffer. Like, I've never seen it actually be a thing. But hey, oh, hang on. I don't need you in this team. I don't need you in this team. Probably around 2 Messiah. Some bonus DPS. Why is stage 16 better than 20 in divers? Because you gain more average diver points based on the table of rewards. Tournament points are different to event points. And when you factor in the energy difference and everything else, you just end up getting more bang for your buck. Oh wait, I need a provoker. What am I doing? I forgot they changed rotation. Can Black Knight do it? He's normally my go-to. I really don't like they've moved the button to here. I keep missing the fact that they've removed the button to here. I really don't like it. I prefer it in my sort. I get they put the filter there, but can they just put it back to there? I prefer it. I don't like that it's moved. Grumpy today. Put my things back where I want them. Oh, is your weak affinity? Who's got provoke sets? We need a provoker of sorts. It's F. I use Sandlash as my provoke champion at the moment. Next week I'll try hard. I wonder what provoke you'd pick. Seeker, Skaramis, Physics. Seeker gives you increased attack, so if you want more agency, more turn meter. Physics gives you more decreased speed, so more turn meter control on the enemy. Skaramis, I know Airbad uses Skaramis a lot. Gets a lot of success with him. I've not had a chance to try him yet, so there we go. There we go. That's the setup we want. And then we'll just plop, plop, plop. And then we'll get some of that out. Yeah, burns. Burn. Burn them all. Yeah, it just depends on how the team is structured and set up as to how you want to set it up, right? Seeker's good for the damage. Plup, plup. And we didn't get provoked that time. You win some, you lose some. Didn't get provoked. And in 3, 2, 1, let's cleanse them all. Oh, wait. We got it over the time. Cleanse them all. No, yeah. Not yet. Not yet. Can't really do anything, so let's just pump some damage into this. There it goes. Cantress for Nightmare. We will yell at Cantra later. I'm going to get all of the Hydra out of the way first, and then if we have time left over, we'll gear cleanse. Honestly, I didn't expect the free-to-play to take as long as it did today. Took a long time. Let's get... Boop, boop. Nope. We're basic... Whoa! What happened? I'm not really sure what happened there, but everyone just died. I guess we didn't have decreased attack out and he had his passive. It's alright. We can revive. I'm still farming Cursed, yeah. Still farming Cursed. I'm still farming Cursed. Blop. Alright, can we not keep killing my champions, please? What do they do to you? Plop, plop. Bum, 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 bum. Wrath is angry today, right? Don't really know why. Plop, plop. We're statue gaming, as they call it. Is Void and HE Mercy counted separately? Yes, it is. Void, every single shard and every single rarity within that shard is an individual Mercy track. So a Void Epic is on a different Mercy track to a Void Legendary, right? That's the way it works. I'm gonna get another cleanse, so hold that. That's a really bad time to get a cleanse. That's alright then. Nice if we can kill a head or two. Oh, maybe provoke. Oh. We can heal everyone up though. So you may be wondering, why are we statue towering or tower damaging or whatever we want to call it? Shemnath's in a provoke set, believe it or not. Don't know why she's in a provoke set, because I was testing her when we had that like bugged artifact set, right? It's not bugged anymore. Can I get my champion back? Am I allowed to have my champion back? The HP bar was gone. Why is it not giving me the champion? Thank you. Stupid game mode. This team has probably a few too many debuffs. I'm going to go. Just going to go on a limb here and say we've probably got too many debuffs in this team. Uh-oh. That's right, we've got decreased attack. Might as well, like, smack you for some damage. Was the Mercy always at 220 or lower at the time? I think it's always been 220. It's like, how many debuffs is too many debuffs? I'm pretty sure we're at that number already. Plup, plup. Honestly, Shemnath is actually legit good for Hydra, because especially in this team here, because if they steal the increased resistance, it can be a bit annoying. But she essentially gets more accuracy the more buffs that are on the enemy. So she gets this passive, right? Increases this champion's accuracy for each buff on an enemy. Increases the champion crit damage and for each debuff. So you get damage the more debuffs you do. You get accuracy the more you get. You can throw away debuffs. Like if I want to get this decreased attack out on someone, I can do this. Throw that away. Extend debuffs on a single target. I get a full AoE buff removal on the A3. I get an A1 decreased defense. Actually quite a very strong kit for this Hydra. It's a shame they bug fixed her the artifact set, right? Because when it was the artifact set thing where you could basically get it multiple times in multiple rolls, it basically made her one of the better provokers in the game. So I put her in a provoke set. And we're not getting consistency out of it. Don't get me wrong. We could do better for consistency. But the rest of the utility you get with Shemnath, like this ability here, removes all buffs and then ignores defense. Single target decreased defense. You send debuffs back. You extend the duration of all buffs on yourself, and you also extend the duration of all debuffs on a target. It's really strong. Right, it's a really strong kit. That song was Fare Ye Well. It's one of the playlist songs. Boof. Boof. This team is literally burn everything to death. Boof, boof. We've got 3 AoE activators. We've got 2 AoE HP burn champs. It's a bit stupid. It was how many burns and activators can I build into one team in one go? Turns out a lot. Is Gnut any good? Is it Nuts, other brother? Gnut is very good. Gnut will be game changer for a lot of people. I don't really think you need top quality gear. I think like mine's built in just average provoke gear here. Like, you're never going to use Shemnath in Arena because, like, the kit is designed for removing buffs and you're never going to remove buffs, so it's not really what the kit is for. But, like, look, I mean, just get so much utility. Burn everything out. Heal everyone up. I know Ella's here just to basically keep the team alive somehow. That's what her job is. Activate. Look at all those burn damage. Someone remind me, what is hard 1 key? Let's do stack out. I need to wait for that A1. 20.4. It's like, it's pretty easy. This team is basically, I've built 5 champions, we'll just throw them in. That's how this team is built. It's like, I've got Shemnath sort of built. I've got Artak built for Ice Golem with Oella. I've got, like, Sisia sort of built. I've got Theodore sort of built. It all kind of works. See? Buffs. Oh, it's a problem. Get rid of them. It's so good. Like, the reason why I haven't used Uko's A2 yet is because I'm waiting for the buffs to go, because this counts as a buff, which is really frustrating. There's nothing we can really do about it, unfortunately. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. If we don't have Uko's turn right now, we are in big doo-doo. Oh, Uko. Uko, don't let me down. Uko, do not let me down. Thank God. We're almost about to get absolutely wrecked. I mean, Sisia might still get wrecked, I'm not going to lie. Oof, close. Damn. We had to use the A2 too early, but it's fine. We're going to 1 key. We are going to 1 key. Yeah, Wrath really gets annoyed in this team. He is an unhappy fellow. Oops, I needed to do that. HP burn. Now we kind of need to slow you down. Well, we can't really do much for you for a while. Uh-oh. This is going to hurt. Oh, thank God. I threw the decreased attack. See, that's the advantage of Shemnath there. I used her A2 to send decreased attack back onto that Wrath head, which dropped his damage considerably. If I wasn't able to do that, Wrath probably would have one-shot my team then. It was looking a bit risky. Yeah, that's true, Sniper. It's not been a great day for Raid. Let's just do that. Get the stun, hopefully. Uh-oh. We do power cycle. I'd imagine if I had Geomancer in this team, I would be ripping people apart with like all the different passives. The amount of times I've procced this Wrath head. Like, I've got so many activators that the Wrath head is basically always activating. It's quite funny. Nearly there. So I'm sorry if I missed your answer, but what software do you use for streaming? I use OBS. Now, if you want me to tell you exactly how it works, I have no idea. Make sure you give a shout out to Fiction, who was in chat earlier. He's working hard, bless him. Don't mention the word meeting, though. Meeting's a bad word. Meeting's a scary word. Oof. Uh-oh. She's near death. She is near death. Any update on member badges? You have to ask Fiction. He's been super busy. Just running on auto for a little bit. That's a fair point, Darky. I didn't really think about that. You actually, like, trying to keep track of which one his Geomancer's been would be probably impossible. Oh, well, is a monster healer, isn't she? How goes the fusion on the free-to-play? We are looking okay as long as we can do the champion chase, RSL, and as long as we can do this last artifact enhancement. So, the clan boss attempts didn't exactly go to plan. I'm going to have to rethink my strategy there. But, yeah. Have they fixed the Chronum Geomancer? I don't really know. I'm not really sure. Am I still playing Diablo 4? Yes. I'd love to have more time to play it, but I'm quite busy at the moment. Not really with work stuff so much, but just like this weekend has like been all like housework and prep stuff. So yeah, it's been a bit hectic, but yeah, I do want to play it more. I will be playing for season 1. I'll probably be doing like a very long start to season 1. Like, I'll probably pull another all-dayer when Season 1 starts, which is, like, not far away. It's, like, 10 days? Alright, we're done here. Yeah, Kandra's amazing. It's really hard to know who's dealing damage, because you look at it and go, Theodore only did 2.5 million. It's like, well, yeah, he did activation of other people's burns. And, I mean, Shemnath pumped out 2.9 million damage. She pumped out 2.9 million damage. That's not bad, considering she's built as a provoker. Next on the chopping block. Like here, we're pretty good, right? We've done the Dungeon Divers. Don't need to worry about that anymore. We are almost done with the Ice Golem here. We are almost done with the Champion Terrain. Like the main account is probably going to do the fusion pretty comfortably. Not a problem. But yeah. Don't shame me on the mailbox. But it's bad, right? It's real bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. Like, it's really bad. Painful. Anyway, do we want to yell at Whisper, or do we yell at? Here we go. Let's have a little let's have a little poll here. Do we yell at Whisper or Kantra? Bad, I know. I'm even ashamed of that inbox, and that's me. I haven't processed it in a while. It's real bad. I know. Well, we are going to be doing both. We just want to decide which one you want to yell at first, really. Yeah, I'm always here to make everyone feel better about their inbox management, right? If you're ever feeling down about your hoarding problems, just give me a shout. I'll make you feel better about it, because I guarantee you, I have a worse problem than everyone in chat right now. What's wrong with Whisper? Nothing's wrong with Whisper. It's just, are we going to run the Brutal team first or Nightmare? I thought I'd give you the option. What I mean by yell at Whisper is when she doesn't do her extra turns in the right setup. How did the meeting go with the other raid guys? It was really cool. Really cool to meet Scratch for the first time, meet Deadwood for the first time, met Earbad for the first time. I've seen Earbad's face. I'm sworn to secrecy. He does exist. It's really cool. Good. It was good to get a day out, you know? Right then, what are we going to do? We're going to yell at Whisper first. Okay. Pitcoy didn't happen, yeah. Right then, who do we kill first? Probably this head. I've actually built a second Whisper. That's how much I think Whisper's amazing. I've built a second one. Well, I say built, I've booked it and I've upgraded it. I haven't actually mastered it or actually built it yet, as in I haven't put gear on it. But we are going to be making another Whisper. I do lose. Yeah, so I was just thinking about it. I lose weaken here. Probably shouldn't do that. I have no idea what Vargal's builds in. I've just realized I've lost my weaken. Which is not great. Don't really need to go here. Let's bring Lydia back. Actually, let's bring you. Let's bring a bit Burns. Should have bought Leorius, right? Honestly, I've never seen anything so stupid in my life. Interesting question. If you're interested in answering, out of all the things you have had to tinker with in Raid, what project has given you the most challenge? I mean, it depends how you define the word challenge. What have I found most difficult is going to be different to what I found the most rewarding. Challenge is a very difficult word to define. Like, if we're talking which particular thing have I found the hardest to defeat, I'd say probably like Hydra was the hardest one because I had to build 3 different teams and I didn't have champions. In terms of the most challenge, the free-to-play, like going backwards has been the most challenging for me. Not being able to just brute force. Like you can see it today. Oh my god, I'm going to absolutely annihilate it there. I think I'm going to have to run Lydia. I'm gonna have to run Lydia because it's just too much damage. I really need to rebuild Michinaki to be faster. He's not fast enough at the moment. And I need to get more cursed gear for Krisk. This team is just one of those teams that it's not actually a problem that she died there because she did reset a mercy counter. But we are kind of like taking a bit of a beating right now. I need to provoke you. We're just waiting for Whisper to get on her like horse and start hitting things. team lacks a bit of healing as well. Not gonna lie. Tila might be a good replacement if I could find some sort of... Does Tila do weaken? I don't think she does she? It's a shame. Come on, Whisper. Yeah, so one of the things I found the most challenging on the free-to-play is going backwards. Is approaching it in a manner where I can't brute force clan boss. And I can't brute force like certain different things because I don't have the champions and the gear. Also not having much like champion luck on both accounts to some extent recently. Main's not so bad. Those are the things that, like the free-to-play specifically, is what I found the most challenging, is just having to retrain my brain to go backwards, to start again, which is kind of why I did the free-to-play, because I wanted to get a perspective of what a new player had now. And I'll tell you, without spending money, it's hard. It's pretty difficult. So, how much axes do you need on the highest level Hydra? I think it's like 250. I want to say 250. We're about to go whisper time. Whisper time. Boo! 975,000. She didn't actually get an extra turn, which kind of sucks, but hey. No, she doesn't. Lex, yeah. I mean, it's because I don't want to run that much Axie on Whisper. I'm being lazy. So if you're going to make 8 Whisper and Gnut Brutal team, well, the problem is... Well, for Hydra, yes. No, I'm not. No. Gnut is going to go in my Nightmare team. Gnut will replace Geomancer in my Nightmare team. Because I have to start preparing for Hydra Clash. I can't be running average teams. I got to start preparing for the eventual reality that we're going to have to do Hydra Clash. So, there she goes again. Geomancer's not that good, honestly. Geomancer gets out-damaged by my Royal Guard. Nearly gets out-damaged by my Cantra. You'll see. He's not... Because the thing is, what makes Geomancer good costs you benefits elsewhere. And I can basically replace Geomancer with more damage from Gnut and still get a better outcome. And you'll see why when I run the Nightmare team, how Geomancer has to almost run inefficiently to fit my teams. So, might as well hit you for a bit of damage. He's not that strong. Trust me, there's better ways to run Hydra now. Yeah, Geo is good if you don't have options. As soon as you get to my level of main account where I've got options, Geo falls off. Because I've just got more flexible options. I'm gonna get smashed here for some damage, aren't we? It's fine. Wrathhead is kind of doing a number on us. And again, Michinaki needs to be faster and not weak affinity to the Wrathhead, which is really frustrating. Can extend out here. Just go hit that. Can we get some damage out? We haven't had many extra turns yet from... all my normal decrease attack champions here are weak affinity to Wrathhead, which probably is not helping this run at all. Right, let's just get some of this. Boom, boom. Annihilate. Thank you. Do you know what? Let's just pump this dude down. Wrathhead is causing a number on us. We don't need to do that. Is Husk in the run for a top tier champion for Hydra? Yes and no. I think there are better options than Husk. Honestly, Geo's weakness is he dominates the team. If you run Geo, you can't run burners, you can't run certain champions, you have to put the burn on the right champions, you can't like kill things in the wrong, like the problem with Geo is he takes over control of your team, and then if he's not pumping the same level of damage as you want, you basically limit your team's options. That's what I don't like about him. I feel like you can run better options without him. It opens up team diversity. It's not that he's a bad champion. He's absolutely not. Like, I'm not trying to advocate that Geomance is a terrible champion now. All I'm just saying is, gone are the days. What we're starting to see with Raid is the champions that we used to always go to that are OP, apart from a few areas, we're actually now finding better options, right? Obviously, Geo is still God tier for Iron Twins, right? Obviously, Ninja is still God tier for Iron Twin, for Sand Devil. But we know Gnut is going to outdamage Geomancer on a boss, right? We know Acrizia does outdamage his bosses, right? So the things that we used to rely upon, we don't need to as much anymore. So when Hydra first came out, we were like, oh yeah, Geomancer is the answer to all our problems. He's so good, right? So good. Oh, here we go. Whisper time. Here we go, whisper time. Whisper time. Whoa, damage. Damage. Which you'd expect, right? If you keep adding champions to the game over and over and over again, eventually you're going to get to a situation where there are more champions that can do the job you want. I still think we're lacking like weaken options. I still think like, not weaken, Veil, sorry. Like, we don't seem to have an awful lot of Veil champions even now. So we're kind of still forced back to, for the Torment Head, going down like the Shamael or the Duchess route. They're almost like still mandatory if you've got to deal with the Torment Head, which I don't like. Because I think Shamael is just like really slow. You don't really want to have to deal with it unless you really have to. We get one more Whisper cycle, surely. Come on, extra turn. Ah, oh, Whisper. You had one thing to do, which is grant me the extra turn at the right moment in time. Oh god, this could get interesting now. What's the, you think by now I'd memorize it. What's the top chest for Brutal? Is it 30 mil? I think it's 30.4, right? I want to say it's 30.4. He ate my provoker. What a wreck, bah. What a villain. What a villain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Reflect plus provoke, not good. Oh, we get an extra turn. It's fine. We're good. Heal. Isn't it dumb? You can't heal. You can't heal on the consumption because it's considered a shield. The consistency in this game is baffling. I didn't heal because I was attacking the consumption shield, which is not considered an actual shield. It's not considered damaging the opponent. Like, what planet are we on? I really need Michinaki's A3. I'm not going to lie. I need it like yesterday. I need it like yesterday. There we go. Get a provoke out. Mischief Head in this team is why I was thinking about picking up Ugo. We're in a bit of spot bother right now. Don't really have control. until we can get some control. Let's try and knock out shield. I don't really want you to fully heal. Krisk is alive. We'll get you damaged. Like, yes, I could build Whisper, or I could build a Geo who gives damage reduction, a boss killer, decrease that a lot of players who's trying to beat content reliably. Whisper will out-damage and reliably beat a boss compared to Geo. Why? Because you don't need the burn. All you need is weaken. And she provides everything herself. Like, Whisper will out-damage Geomance on the new boss. Whisper out-damages Geomance on every single Doom Tower boss. Whisper will out-damage... I would imagine if you set it up correctly, Whisper would out-damage on Sand Devil. It won't on Iron Twins because you can't activate the passive, right? That's the problem with Iron Twins. Like, it's just the problem. Really? We're going to lose so much damage here now. We are kind of in a bit of a spot. Sorry, I need to focus a little bit. I've been just randomly fighting this. We are actually at risk of dying because Duchess is kind of consumed at the moment. And we've got about 100 poisons going on. And we've now resisted the provoke. I need Duchess out yesterday. Oh, no! I hate Mischief Head. He 3%ed and he cleansed instead of... Back to Lydia. Michinaki is a problem. Let's fix Michinaki. I'm tired of Michinaki being a problem. He's not fast enough. We need speed. I'm tired of him being too slow. Simply put, I've had enough. So we're speeding him up. Where can I find speed? Just take defense percentage away from him on the boots. I'm just fed up of Michinaki not doing a job, so... Can we find... I don't really think we can find speed without getting rid of those boots, so... He's just too slow at 209. That's the problem. He's just too slow. Problem is losing crit rate is not ideal. You can't just fiddle with builds. That's the problem. And his helmet's pretty poor. Maybe we can change his helmet out. What do we got going on here? That's HP percent. That's the problem, you just can't tweak a build. If I take him out of kill stroke, it'll work. Because I have a chest I can use on him that nobody's wearing right now. Come on, game. Stop being annoying. I mean, trying to find the crit rate replacement's the problem, though. Hurrah! Who's taking my triple rolls? There you go. It's a bit more. The gloves are weak. They got crit rate on it? No. Good. It's not an improvement though. That's the problem with these things. You just can't tweak them quickly because, I mean, it's got a bit more speed, but... Great stream. As always, glad to hear your thoughts on Geo. It's been many uploads. The recent content of Geo is an easy team, so I was glad Artak was released. Yeah, I mean, you'll see when I do the Nightmare team in a minute how Geo doesn't actually contribute as much. I made a mistake there. I haven't bothered upgrading Hydra. I can do it without the Great Hall. I don't need to upgrade it. It's just more this team is... Really, I shouldn't have both Skull Lord and Krisk, right? The answer is I need more reliability. Right, I need more reliability on the Hex, so... And Michinarki's a bit slow. It's not something I can just quickly rebuild, which is really annoying. Boof. Boof. There we go, see? I probably should have just kept with Lydia. The only reason why I didn't is because I don't have a block buffs. To some extent, the solution is to bring Ugo and just try and get back round to the provoke. Because, like, right now, I can't do anything for 2 turns. Because I don't have a block buffs. And I should not have used Michinarki's A2. I'm using them all in the wrong position. I'm making mistakes. Not sure why Sissy or Artak does less damage than Geo versus Hydra for me. Because they're activating Geo's burn, not their own. So activators show damage on the person who placed the burn, not on the person activating it. So, who's better in Clan Boss, Draco or Jintoro? My opinion, Jintoro, because you can find poisons elsewhere. And he's got one of the hardest hitting, if not the hardest hitting 5-hitter when he goes on that 5-hit attack. Don't know why I went over there. I've got the Ugo there. The problem is, if I bring the Ugo, I have a provoke problem. I haven't really found the balance in this team perfectly yet. There's pros and cons, right? So if I drop the the Skull Lord, I'll be able to bring the Ugo, but then the problem I've got is the provoke. So it's like, well, how do I balance the fact that Krisk can't provoke enough? So then you go, well, maybe you drop Krisk, but then you lose the buff extension, you lose all these other effects, right? So... Like you can see, that delay has cost me so much damage that I haven't been able to do anything for a while, so I've got to wait. So, which branch is actually worth farming the current rotation? I farm the Scarab. None of them, really. Pump some damage on him. Oh, we got an extra turn. Whisper does so much damage here. I can always proc cycle of... I think I can proc cycle of Revenge nearly. It's kind of stupid at times. This is the thing, like some people said before, but like what people don't realize about Hydra is the challenge with Hydra isn't necessarily the content. It's finding the right balance of the right champions and the right team. You can't just go, oh, well, I'll drop Duchess. Because if you drop Duchess, then your team kind of needs to move and reposition, right? Because at the moment, this team is based on Duchess extension into Krisk, and then we've got a double provoke. The balance of the team just all falls off. Like a Necmo-led team can work differently to a Duchess-led team, which can work differently to a Shamael-led team, right? They're all different combos. So just taking one champion out and putting another champion in, it doesn't really work like you can. Like in Clan Boss, you can do that. You can't really do that. You can't really do that here. It just doesn't work the same way. This is the frustrating with this team, is if I don't get the right window, a lot of my damage potential is now. What I need to do is get back round 2, Whisper, before this head pops up. If this head pops up now, we don't have the damage. But I think we will get there just. Yeah, we will. Good. Extra turn. Don't have increased attack at the moment. It's fine. We're going to get it here. Boom. She hasn't done her extra turn cycling like she normally does. Kind of lame, but hey. What about Affinity Breaker? I don't rate it. Affinity Breaker's use is if you need a one-hit wonder skill, in my opinion. And if you don't need the one-hit wonder skill, then it's a bit meh. Like, it only halves the opportunity for you to weak hit. Just go faster. That's what most people would do. It works in the ninja scenario because all I need him to do is use one ability, right? So I can't go faster. But normally you can just put 2 speed sets and basically negate the weak hits by going more times. That's what I tend to find anyway. I should have provoked then. I'm an idiot. Can I get this out? The first consumption is the hardest with this team. Because I have to get Whisper out. Once I get Whisper out, it's fine. Okay. I thought they would do CVC Hydras this week. Any news on that when that happened? I don't really know. If they do it, it'll probably be between fusions. I can't imagine they would do it in the middle of a fusion because I think that would be too stressful for people. Like, we haven't really had the turn-based tournament started, right? The first one's starting tomorrow now. That hasn't been released yet. So we've got to wait for kind of those to cycle up first. We've also got the Prism events coming, so like those could happen. There's lots of like new events that they haven't actually started working on yet, but I think are going to be like probably done before we get anywhere near Hydra Clash, right? Because they probably need to wait for people to have Gnut before they can do Hydra Clash, because Gnut is the answer to a Krizia to some extent. A lot of people will just run a Krizia with Gnut, but at least you've got an option that you can compete with, where before it was like if you had a Krizia, there was no competition. There was like, there's no way that you could match her. At least now you can semi-match her with Gnut, even though they technically will have it as well. It's one of those things. It's the best blessing for Whisper Phantom Touch. Also, she viable in auto Hydra team, which she need babysitting. She doesn't really need babysitting. I particularly, you'll notice I always manual Hydra. It's the only place I like manualing. It's a me thing more than a need thing, if that makes sense. All she needs is either accuracy or you run... you need to run her with a weakened champion, right? She needs the weaken. The weaken is what her kit is revolved around. Because when weaken and decrease defense out, you get the guaranteed extra turn. And then you ignore 100% defense. 306k to a living head there. That's where it all kind of comes from. So if you don't have the decreased defense and weaken out, then that's what she kind of needs. Otherwise, you could just... she's fine. She can be quite glass cannon. My Whisper's quite glass cannon. The balance of this team is just off. What's a good turn count for Sand Devil? I think anywhere between 60 to 100 is good. Somewhere in that region is, I think, will be fine. We won't know until we see the points, right? Tomorrow we'll be able to do the math. I will probably do a video tomorrow on the Sand Devil math. Actually, whilst I'm here. So I just ask Fix to set something up. Yeah, so Whisper could be quite glass cannon, really. I'm afraid of Scratch like Trunder teams, bless. Yeah, I would be worried about Acrizia. Because basically, Trunder can't do what Acrizia can do. She just can't. Okay? A semi-well-built Acrizia will outdamage a max-build Trunder. Duchess is about to get eaten. Can we kill the Wrathhead? Alright, we will do a little bit more damage to it. Ooh, it's dead. Weaken, come on, weaken. I don't actually have a lot of accuracy on my Whisper, which is why this kind of sucks. There's no point me using A2 until I got the weaken out, so... Hex out. Provoke. The only nice thing about this team is we do have very good, reliable 100% provoke, right? There's not really a system. There's not really a situation where I don't have provoke available. It's normally when one gets eaten and something's about to just literally take a turn. It's the only time it kind of fails. Right, Whisper time. Come on, Whisper time. Whisper time. Let me take Whisper time. Come on. There we go. 1, 2. Big damage. 1 million. Oh, we didn't get the extra turn though. Damage per turn is quite low. I don't know whether we're just getting bad RNG on the heads or something. Normally we're a bit higher than this by now. Like, the counter's getting low. I'm not really sure where the damage is missing. Leo weaken. If only I had Leo. To some extent, I've got overkill when it comes to provoke. Now, Mischief Head is normally where this team really struggles. Because I do have Blood Shield on Whisper for healing and shielding, because you actually get quite a chunky shield when she hits really hard. Helps with her effective HP. It's how you can run her glass cannon a little bit. But that does mean she's the target. Which is why Michinaki needs to be faster, because he's my buff strip champion. So, kind of a bit of a bother. But, you know, we're probably able to get through it. Because we'll be able to cleanse in a minute. He's one of those champions that he doesn't look like he's doing anything darky. And then when you see the results, you could be like, oh, he was the main damage dealer. He's like a silent killer. It's actually quite surprising how much he does. Because I've had exactly the same feeling at times. I'm like, he doesn't really seem to be doing anything. You know, why have I got him in here? He doesn't. And then all of a sudden I look at it, it's like, oh, he's top damage. He's top frag. Man, we are miles away from 30 mil right now. We really need a good rotation of Whisper damage. Like, a good one. Come on now, Whisper. Your time is now. Now is your time. There's one extra turn. Don't let me down. Come on, extra turn, extra turn, extra. Yes! Come on, Whisper. Here we go. Another extra turn. Oh, only one more. It's fine. Oh, yes! Extra turn. One more. Any more? Yes! Come on, Whisper. Here we go. This is what we wanted to see. Thank you, Whisper. Keep bringing the damage. There we go. Oh, that was lovely to watch. That was enjoyable. We just added 4 million damage. That's what we want to see. Whoa, that was a nice feeling, that was. I mean, it could all go to pot right now, but that was a nice feeling. Because he's about to spread block buffs. I can't stop that. Oh, thank God for the consumption. That's good. Smacking for some damage. Can't do that at the moment. It's kind of awkward, I'm not going to lie. He's eaten my Hex champion. We might be losing Michinaki here, not going to lie. Don't really think I can get him out, unless I get lucky. Oh, we got lucky. That's good. The buffs are not a problem. It's can I get him out with all the War Master now? Should be okay because we got a Whisper proc. Okay, not there. Okay, not there. Nope. Whispers. She's trying. Oh, we're so close. Come on, we just need one more damage. Come on, Whisper. No. We're going to lose Michinaki. This is a disadvantage of not having a burner or some sort of secondary damage source. Just it's all on Whisper, and if Whisper can't get to the target because of Hex. It's why I really need to make Krisk a cursed Krisk. But I haven't got the gear yet. She's going to kill herself now. It's alright, we can still probably scrape 30 mil. I normally have a problem with Mischief in this team because, as I said, Michinaki's not fast enough. If we're going to do this, we are going to need another miracle extra turn run from Whisper. And ideally, Lydia should die right now. Lydia needs to die. No, she's not going to. Mischief, don't hit another one. Oh, Mischief is going to eat every single one of my champions. It's always Mischief Head. I mean, Ugo is not going to solve this problem. The problem is Michinaki. I don't have Hex. It's Mischief Head that causes the problems here. Oh, now we've got Torment Head. Well, there he goes. There goes my Whisper champ. There goes my weakened champion. What a stupid. I can't use Mithralis. She's in my top team. Mithralis in my top team. It's going to be a free regroup. It's not the problem, Nexar. The buffs are not the problem. The problem is I can't target him to stop him eating my champions. It's gone. Alright, we're going to do Nightmare instead for now. Ugh. Tonight has been a rough night. Not going to lie. been a rough night. It just feels like nothing's really working tonight. Even like this setup is not going right. Morty's terrible. Morty's overrated. Again, provoke was not the problem. The problem there was a lack of hex. That's the only problem, and the only fail there was a lack of hex. I'll show it afterwards. It's all the same. Yeah, the main problem there is Muchinarchi's not fast enough to provide his own hex, and then we have situations like that where the Mischief Head comes out and then I can't target him and then I can't do anything. So, and also it's very much like I've not quite got the balance of the team. It needs another damage dealer beyond Michinaki because he's not reliable enough. And we also need to set up the Whisper, so Lydia or Weaken is kind of required. So we're just in that like position at the moment where we need to find a bit more balance in that team. There's also a lack of healing in the team. So it's normally fine. It's sometimes a bit RNG dependent. Gotta be careful here because of debuffs. The only downside to this team is I can over debuff the provoke head. Poof. So Gnut is going to replace Geomancer in this team. When I get him, you're going to love it. It's going to be so much better. Like, this is the problem now. I can't burn the two heads because I don't want to kill the Suffering Head because the Suffering Head is my Brimstone target. I don't want to burn the Wrath Head because I want him to be proccing more often. So Geomancer can't run two burns here. This is what makes him weaker. Is Nekma the best Hydra champion? In my opinion, yes. He just sets up like the problem I had that last team. I have no healing. Nekma has leech. I need rotations to get back to my debuffs because Michinaki's too slow. Nekma gives me increased turn meter and increased speed. I need to slow the enemies down. Nekma gives me AoE decreased speed. I need decreased attack. AoE, like everything you need to set up a team, Nekma gives you. He also gives you a speed aura. He's the best champion in the game for Hydra. He's not the best damage dealer in the game for Hydra. He's the best champion in the game for Hydra because he sets up the team so well. You don't need anything else, right? Everything else is improvements, not required. Huska's 4 hits. What do you mean 4 hits? Oh, I see what you mean. AoE, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, I would run him with Mithrala. Mithrala's always got Hex up, right? So that's why he comes straight into this team and just starts smacking heads. Yeah, 4 heads. I know what you mean. He should exceed the damage of an AoE though, right? Nexart, I think that's when I did the math. He should, if he hits the cap, he should hit harder than a Husk. He'll still have affinity, but his affinity is less of a problem because he only has to affinity against a single target, whereas Husk has to affinity against 4 different enemies. So it's more likely Husk is going to be weak affinity on some of those heads as well. So there's lots of solutions, I think. So, like, he's the best. If you haven't got a Kriz here, Gnut is the option, right? He's your next best shout. There isn't any other champion that comes close, really, for his utility. Like, you get, if you want it, the weaken and decrease attack as well. I don't really think you need to use those abilities. I think you keep them off just for the reflex, but... Uh-oh. Gotta be careful. This team terrifies me if I don't have enough, like, time to do that. Oh, damn, I resisted the freaking brimstone. How annoying is that? Nub suggests Michinaki and Provoke set for Hydras are good. Yeah, it's a good shout. Yeah, but the thing about the Trender setup is it requires very, very specific setups. It's not something you can just plug and play. I've tried it. You need to have the right champions, the right time, the right setup. It's much more difficult to do because this, like, I can literally just slot in my champions around Necmo and we're good to go, right? You can't just slot in Trender here and expect it to work. You need the right window for damage. Whereas Gnut, I can literally just walk up to something and start smacking it and I'll probably do a lot of damage, right? I don't need any setup. He's defense-based. He doesn't need to be particularly tanky. He doesn't need crazy gear. He'll need very little crit damage to hit the cap because he doesn't suffer from the maximum HP issues, right? He doesn't have the AoE max HP loss, so we don't have those issues. So all of these different things that normally we'd have a problem with, Gnut's like, it's fine. I'll just kill it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think she resisted her brimstone, which kind of sucks. Now, this Torment head is a problem for this team. The one weakness of this team is Torment. As you can see, I have no solution for it. So we have to just, like, try and ride it out. There we go. Just waiting for that brimstone. We kind of just have to ride it out, unfortunately. Yeah, Necmo and Provoke is good. I just think Necmo and Relentless is more powerful because you always guarantee this extra turn. So it just gives me more chances of getting extra turns like now. I just think it's stronger. It's just my personal opinion. What stage in Potion Keep is best to farm smallest potions? I'm not sure. I just farmed 20, if I'm being honest. I've never really needed to farm lesser potions in such a long time. But there is probably an optimal one. Someone in chat will probably be able to tell you. I don't really know off the top of my head. Geomancer is useless right now. I know that, but if we are blanket talking best Hydra champions, you could argue either Necmo is the engine and Chris is a turbo. Yeah, I would say... thing about a Crazier is you can run her without really needing much, but I just think Necmo is... I just think Necmo makes any team impossible, really, to lose. Like, the moment you pick up Necmo, you can probably start looking at Hydra Nightmare. Like, almost instantly. Because he just gives you everything you need to set up a Nightmare team, right? He's got the decreased speed, the decreased attack, increased speed. Like, everything that you could possibly ever dream about, he's got. You know, you got Leech for healing. You got... It's just... It's crazy. How much more... Look how much... Like, this is Nightmare. How much more comfortable this team is just because the balance is perfect on the team. The only downside to this team is Mithrala is still a champion I'd rather take out. Because there is a risk with Mithrala. If she keeps random attacking with her A1 on the left head, on the basically the provoke head, that I over poison the provoke head and then I can't provoke because I haven't got enough debuff spots. So there's always a risk with that with Mithrala. It's the same issue you have in like Iron Twins. She over debuffs and then the Aox can't extend and you have different problems. So her A1 being random attack is actually quite annoying. I just did 82 million brutal full auto for the first time. The power of Siphi. Yeah, I mean... She is really strong. I don't have her though. So I have to figure out other ways. Yeah, but you get so much... Like, on my free-to-play, I basically run like 8 voids and I got like 10 superiors. So it's fine. Which is all I needed. Oh, apparently Cantra didn't provoke. Luckily. That's the thing about as well, right? If the provoke head does go off, then Necmo gets full tier meter, right? That's the other thing about Necmo. If that provoke does go off, we've got a solution to instantly get back in the fight. Cleanse the fears. Get Brimstone back out. Okay, maybe not. No, Kantra is in just normal, I think. I don't even know what she... I think she might be in Guardian. I can't really remember, to be honest. It's fine. Two of them are fine. Gnut and Hex will likely do more than Husk. Yeah, it should do more because you can direct the... you could direct it as well, so you get better affinity matchups, you get more consistent damage, you don't suffer from the enemy max HP, so you can drop your crit damage, right? You don't suffer from the AoE penalties that you would normally suffer from Husk. Obviously, you don't get to provoke if that's something that's relevant to your team, so you've got to keep that in mind, that if you're dropping Husk, then you lose the provoke. But I don't generally use Husks for provoke. I mean, I barely use Husks anyway. Like, the only reason why I use Royal Guard is because I have triple refresh. That's the risk there when that provoke things. Gnut should be in reflex, in my opinion. The only so if you're not going to use his A2, you go reflex. If you are going to use his A2, you go relentless. In my opinion. You want access to his A3. So in an ideal world, you wouldn't run his A2 at all. And find the A2 with other champions. Because you don't really want to lose the counterattack to a random mischief head, right? You don't really want to go down that route. Which is a risk you run if you target, like, with A2. I mean, you can use Gnut with... like, you can use... For some reason, Provoke didn't go off there. What's the word saying? Actually, it's kind of good. I want him to stay alive. You can use Gnut with a Mischief tank, right? Because you don't need that much crit damage. Because, effectively, your crit damage is... Like, you're not suffering the penalty, so you need far less crit damage. You could build him a Mischief tank quite efficiently. Because he's defense-based already, so the more defense you build on him, well, the more damage you're going to do. Right, it's pretty good. So you could build him that way. I think that's a viable strategy. I actually don't mind if the Suffering Head full heals, by the way. That would be desirable. You eat Brimstone, never mind. Because I actually like keeping the Suffering Head alive as long as possible, because it gives me a free Brimstone target. It's by far the best head for Brimstone. So I actually kind of want it to full heal, which it will do after it's... Can we get Brimstone out in here? Yes, nice. Our damage slowed a bit because we got we got this friggin' Fear head that we're trying to get rid of. Yeah, Relentless is going to be good if you want to actually use the A2. If you're not going to use the A2 Relentless, you don't need to use it. Reflex would be better. So that's what it comes down to. He's just, like, such a well-designed champion. Everything makes sense in his kit, right? It's why, like, some people have been saying, oh, you're really harsh on that new Ethelyn the Golden. I'm like, because his kit doesn't make any sense. He's designed to be a crowd control that also deals damage, but he doesn't self-buff the increased attack. Like, nothing in his kit makes sense. Whereas I think with someone like Gnut, everything that he's got kind of makes sense, right? He's designed to be a Fire Knight champion, so he's got Termite control, but also freeze, because we know that the Fire Knight hard doesn't work with normal Termite control. He's also an enemy max HP nuker. He hits 3 times. He's doing 10%, so it's not weak damage. It's great. Like, it just makes sense. Yeah, but it was what was needed in Exard, right? Because the problem with Fire Knight Hard was it was so difficult, you had to have perfection. So the only thing that would make freeze work is if you brought in a lore style freeze, right? Basically a champion that's going to freeze like 3 times in a row on an A1. Because otherwise, you're never going to be able to do it because it wasn't reliable enough, right? It wasn't regular enough. So... Can you build him without accuracy if you turn off his A2 and don't use him? Yes. If all you care about is A2, he doesn't need accuracy for his A2. Now, they won't nerf him now. It's too late. A lot of people are saying, oh, they're going to nerf him. They only nerf champions, like, either immediately or in a long period of time afterwards. And 9 times out of 10, when it comes to legendary champions, they nerf via things that need to be bug fixed, right? If something is causing a bug, that's when they normally adjust a legendary champion. Otherwise, they don't touch them. The way that they balance champions is they release more powerful ones. For whatever good or bad that is. Who's been eating Ugo? Gotta get Ugo out. Not a fan of that. Burn that up. Up. There we go. Ugo's out. Didn't take long. Hello. Hey, Green Virus. What did I miss on the free-to-play? We don't talk about the free-to-play clan boss. It went bad. It was disappointing, to say the least. What is the recommended accuracy for Shogun? I think it's like 605. It's really mental. It's really high. Oh, we're nearly there. I don't think we're gear cleansing tonight. I baited everyone with a gear cleanse stream. But I just don't see me having the willpower for gear cleansing. But it's probably, as someone said earlier, it's like, it seems silly for me to do a gear cleanse now when there's an artifact enhancement tomorrow, which I'm already struggling for silver, right? So I might as well do that tomorrow. If Hellhades is not streaming, because I know he's busy sometimes, I might jump on and do a bonus stream. It's just a day, like, I spent a lot more time on the free-to-play than I expected. I only expected to be on it for like half an hour to an hour, but I didn't realize how far behind we were with the scrolls, so I'm a bit like, I didn't really track that time very well. So yeah, I mean, it'll be hard to make a crazy moot. I don't see it. I mean, it's not that she'll be moot. It's just that in single boss scenarios, our attack just hits harder. Is crit very important on Cantra? I can't get her good speed. Not really. I'll show you the builds for this team now after the end of this. The Royal Guard build and the Cantra build. Cantra is built like a bit of a tank, really. Like, Cantra can sit here on her own and solo these 4 champions, but do no damage. She can't die, but she will do no damage. Not really battle against Entropy, because all you do is just run you just run a Crizia in Stone Skin. Like, that's all you do, you just run a Crizia in Stone Skin. Then she doesn't get block passive skills, and then you die. Like, actually, the fastest Shogun team I've seen is 4 Acrisias and Riho. Riho force Acrisia's Stone Skin and just like one shot, pretty much. I think it's a 20-second run. It's nice to have Acrisias, isn't it? I bet that's a fun team to build. Some of us have to squalor with their Gnuts. Yeah, 16 seconds. Yeah, it's crazy. Good thing we're in a turn-based tournament for that. Kind of shows that. Kind of the problem, what happens when you release champions that are too strong. Because it doesn't matter what content they release now. Acrisia is just like, it's fine, I'll one-shot it. I mean, that's the problem they've created for themselves with Acrisia, with Acrisia, with Taras, with Marichka. It's like they're so strong that you can't design content that's challenging because they just overwhelm the content. They're just like, okay, I'll just kill you. It's not a problem, right? Oof. Yeah, I used attack and hard Hydra. We'll hit 40 mil and then we'll quit this team. There we go, 40 mil. Royal Guard out damages Geomancer. Cantra is not that far away. And she had a bit of a bad period. That's why I'm saying Geomancer out, Gnut in, job done. GG. Fusion is on track on the free-to-play. As long as I can do the artifact enhancement tomorrow and I can get a good Fire Knight team and I can also get enough shards or enough resources together for the chase. At the moment I've got 1,000 points guaranteed for the chase, but it's where am I going to get the rest of the points? That's what I'm stressed about at the moment. Do you think Playroom would ever make books tomes farmable? They have said they won't. So yeah, I'll show you the builds. The reason why Royal Guard is used... special potions pack. Ooh, look at these. Cursed pieces. Cursed pieces. Don't level up gear. Don't level up gear. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Wait till tomorrow. So tempting. Royal Guard. Royal Guard, Royal Guard, Royal Guard, Royal Guard, Royal Guard, Royal Guard. Anyone see the Royal Guard? There. So we got 4-star on him. Triple refresh. Reflex. I don't use his A2, A3. All I do is A2. So that 4-turn cooldown gets back real quick. His crit damage actually needs to be higher. I've got him too low at the moment. But we just build him to be the max. 161 is not too bad. It's okay. And then just War Master. But yeah, the reason why I've got him is I've got the triple refresh. Doesn't really matter this triple defense roll, right? It's triple refresh. That's all you really care about. And then what else did someone want? Let's see. What other champion did you want to see the build for? Cantra. That was it. God, I couldn't think then. Cantra's 5-star, so we get really reliable Brimstone. It's not guaranteed, but it's 100% chance because it's 60% per attack. So because she attacks twice, it's almost guaranteed that she's going to place the Brimstone all 3 times here. So it's not a problem. She's built in Guardian with a speed set. And I've just got her really tanky, like crazy stats. So she's basically, you know, 386 accuracy, 453 resistance, 244. She was actually built for Bommel back in the day. I just haven't messed with the build since. So this is quite a crazy build, to be honest. Yeah. Do you know what speeds you need for 4-3 Ninja and the team that can't find speeds where it doesn't slip? Oh, God. Ninja speed tuning is not a question at midnight for me. It's complicated. It'll depend on his A1. I'm not sure. Think Playroom would ever make... I've answered that question. I'm still not using the Find Fire champs. I know. It's going to take me a while to get used to it. Refresh comes from the 3v3. There's a reason why I'm in gold. Ragnarok is because of 3v3. You want the gold accessory reward from 3v3. What is the minimum crit damage needed to hit max HP threshold on Hydra? There is a spreadsheet that Dutchy put together that has them all. It depends on the champion's modifiers and multipliers and what you have on the boss. Yeah, I'll show you Vargal in a second now. But yeah, Cantra is just built super tanky. She's basically there not to be a burden. I don't really care about crit rate because this is just going to provoke all the time. It's fine. That is kind of a job. Vargal. I actually don't know what Vargal's in. No, he's in Stalwart, apparently. He's in Stalwart 2 protection. at 202 speed, 373 resistance, 348 accuracy. It's a bit slow, but I probably stole gear from him, to be honest. Where's the link to the spreadsheet? Yeah, Dutchy's got it there. Speaking of Bommel, I was finally able to beat normal 90 Bommel, and it was using Snick Track that soloed the last half. I know it's not normal, but hey, it stopped me for something. Yeah, I mean, Bommel's one of those champions where you will sit there and you will get really frustrated, and it's just like, right, I'll just use this champion, right? It's a means to an end, more than anything else, right? It's a means to an end. So it doesn't matter if so I'm just checking something here. It doesn't matter if you're only ever do it once or you scrape by or something of that nature, because all you care about is doing it once. Once it's done, it's done. You can move on. Like, you'll never really want to farm Bommel over farming Dark Fae, because just you have more usage out of Dark Fae, right? You're always going to find more usages out of the lethal gear than you will from the Bommel gear. It's not that the Bommel gear is bad. It's just that you're going to find just like far more usage out of that lethal gear. That's what I tend to find. So, yeah, I mean, such is the nature. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah, I'll get the link for Discord here. I really need to set up like some sort of automated Streamlabs thing. You know me, professional streamer and all. No, we have our own little Discord here, which is for all the people who come to the stream. Any member, if you're a member, you can request a minion role. There is meant to be like an integrated plugin thing, but it never seems to work for us for some reason. I don't really know why. Full books. Yeah, I did book him because when they released Doom Tower back in the day, I actually thought that this was going to be really, really useful for the Magma Dragon. So I ended up fully booking him. I wouldn't say you have to fully book him, but that's why I did for this, for the Magma Dragon. So if I don't have good reflex or guardian gear, would Relentless or Perception be better for Kantra? I mean, Relentless if you require her Provoke, right? Because all you need to do is keep taking turns with Kantra. Kantra needs turns, so just bring something that's going to give her turns. So interesting there. Wonder how the poll is going. If you haven't seen it, there is a poll at the moment in content testing requests where you can vote for a champion to be appearing in a clan boss team, and I will build a team around that clan boss champion. And I'll one key with it probably, because my main account's much more fun to do clan boss with than the free to play and stupid free to play. I'll kid you not, if the next shards I pull doesn't give me a legendary, the free to play might get quit. People have been saying to me for a while, just quit the account, it's bad. I've been sticking with it, I've been trying my best, but it is borderline. If I miss out on Gnut, the free to play is dead. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think I could deal with or cope with the loss of Gnut on the free to play. It would break me. It would really break me. Might as well throw this in here, get this done. Just going back to Gnut, just released his A2 also brings AoE weak and pays extreme well Ugo's decreased defense. Yeah, it does if you want it. I would prefer I'd prefer to bring weaken without. I prefer to bring other options, right? I prefer to have him just doing A2 like I did the Royal Guard, just to get the max HP. So isn't this like compelling gameplay watching Uros get smacked about by a scarab? It works though. I remember when I used to run Vergis solo here before I got Urost. Those are the days. 10-minute runs. Now it's like 3-minute runs. So yeah, so on Thursday's stream, we'll be doing that, right? Hopefully by Thursday things should have quieted down with the fusion, right? It'll just be a case of we're waiting on the chase. So we'll probably have hopefully enough silver to be able to rebuild a team. I'll figure out what I'll do on Thursday is I'll start the stream with a poll, and I'll combine the results of the stream poll with the results of the Discord poll, and whichever one results in the highest number of votes, that's the team I'll build a champion around. Should be fun. Yeah, Virgus needs resistance to Solo Scarab, otherwise he dies. Solo tier wave here, boss. I just use my OP nukers. They just one-shot it, and then it's just kind of like... I mean, there's probably ways to make this faster. I've just got Uros and random gear. See you later, Joseph. Do you have more info? Read the Prism Shards since you... No, basically. What I've given you is all I know. I've assumed how it's going to work, but there's no other info. Nice. Congrats, Green Virus. Yeah, I brought my Whisper up to... my second Whisper up. So I'm probably looking... when I get Gnut, I will probably build a Shogun team, which is Gnut, Whisper, Whisper, Riho, Renegade. And just one-shot it. And trollolol. Uros is way faster than Virgus, yeah. I'm stuck on Nether Spider. Every single guide has champs that I don't have. I've been cleansers, but it just isn't enough. What stage you on, Crizzle? What Nether Spider? What floor is it? Hard 20. Okay, hang on. I assume you've got a Poisoner. Just check. Have you got Paragon? Crizzle, have you got Paragon? I assume you don't have Stultus as well, right? Okay, and I assume you haven't got Stultus, right? Because all you really need to do is bring an AoE damage dealer who can one-shot the Spiderlings and put them in 255 resistance. Because you can't resist the poisons, but you can resist the poison extension. So the way that I do it on my free-to-play is I have Kale, and basically Kale's job is to sit there. Now, lower floors, he can kill the Spiderlings. If you can't kill the Spiderlings, just put him in like lifesteal or regen with a Poisoner and just keep A1 in the boss. Don't AoE unless you can kill the ads. If you can AoE and kill the ads, do it. But just run it with resistance, and you will... the boss can't extend the poisons, so you shouldn't take too much damage. Right, what kills you on Nether Spider is the poisons, not the on-hit damage. So if you can ride out the poisons and keep yourself healing, you don't need to worry about it. No, they didn't... the Paragon's fine. You basically run Paragon Deflection set. That's the one way to do it. I use Stultus on this account because it's faster. But basically, on my free-to-play, if I could get a Paragon, he solves all of Nether Spider for every difficulty. Just put him on a deflection set. It doesn't even have to be that good. You just have to keep him alive. Yeah, Mr. Minx. It's great, isn't it? When you basically get like 1/10 of what you spent to get that silver. It's good, isn't it? Remember, the strategy is the more you play, the more you earn, apparently. Yeah, so the way that it works, Crizzle, is you build your champion on resistance, so you can't resist the initial poisons, but you can resist the poison extension. So what normally kills you in Nether Spider is you extend the poisons because every time you attack the queen, she extends it, and then she activates all those poisons, so you get like a burst of damage that you can't really mitigate because it's based on your max HP. But you can, if you build him fast enough, you can outpace the extension and the poisons, right? So the boss is running at like 200 speed. So if you build him at like 210 speed with 255 resistance, put lasting gifts on him, put him with a speed aura, he's probably running at somewhere like 250 speed. you outrun the poisons. You can't extend the poison. So as long as you don't touch the spiderlings, the boss will not heal. Yeah, you can run. My Paragon basically did 90 hard with like 4-star gear. Like, I think it was 4-star at one point. I just brought champions with a bolster set to keep them alive from the initial burst, waited for everyone to die, and then just disabled his A3 and A2, and Paragon just still was all of Nightmare, so. What was that AoE max HP problem we talk about in Hydra? Is it the Smite Head AoE damage decrease passive? Yeah, so the reason why Husk has problems is basically anyone with AoE max HP basically loses 45%, give or take, of their damage because of the passives which reduce AoE damage. So in essence, you need to have a lot more crit damage loaded into your Royal Guards or your Husks than you do Gnut, because Gnut's single target, so Gnut doesn't need that much crit damage at all to one-shot things. So... yeah, Stultus can solo the boss as well. Yeah, Drexar can do it. What I'm saying, it doesn't need to be a poisoner. All I'm saying is my account, the way that I did it, I used Kale. Right, so if you can't burn it, like if you don't have a Drexar, you can use a poisoner with high resist. What I'm saying is there's a strategy that doesn't involve Geomancer abuse, that doesn't involve like Paragon abuse, that's basically... build resistance, so you resist the poison extension, and then you can basically kill it by avoiding the spiderlings. Don't attack the spiderlings, you won't heal the boss. The boss will eventually die from your War Master, your poisons, or whatever you use. You just need to keep that single target alive. So you can run a really, really slow, high HP lifesteal Drexar, something like that. You don't need anyone to keep them alive, because they'll heal off War Master Duchy. Like, I've done all the way to 90 normal on my free-to-play by just having Kale solo it with an A1. He healed it. It was a bit RNG because I didn't have enough damage to AoE. If you can nuke the spiderlings, it's even easier because you can heal off the spiderlings. Almighty Dobie, if it's working on the calculator, you probably are very close to a speed break point. You probably need to check if anyone is really close on the turn meter. Have a look at each individual step to see if any champions are really tied, and then you might just need to add 1 or 2 speeds, different champions to make it fall in. It's probably very, very close on a speed ratio. Like, you've probably got like 2 people that are tied on turn meter control, and the clan boss calculator is just working it the opposite way. Yeah, Paragon's obviously the solution risen, but he hasn't got Paragon, so he needs a separate option. Is there work been done on the website? Define work being done on the website, Daniel. Is there a problem with the website? Or are you saying, have I done work? What's the issue? What do you mean by is there work being done on the website? You're panicking me now. Hey Saf, how does the precedence of conditional extra turn work versus relentless procs? So skill-based extra turns are separate roles. You've reported it. You've panicked me now, so I need to check. Control F5. I probably just need to clear the caches again. Probably a plugin issue. If you hit Control F5, Daniel, it should solve the problem. It just means you've got a bad Cloudflare Edge cache. I probably just need to clear the caches is all. Yeah, so extra turn, skill-based extra turns are on a separate role to set-based extra turns. Just like stuns are separate in artifact sets, just like artifact sets are completely separate to skills. They work separately, like shield sets are different to shield skills. So it means if you've got a skill that guarantees an extra turn, you can roll Relentless at the same time. You can roll Relentless on the next turn. So basically means if you've got a guaranteed extra turn, you've always got more opportunities to get extra turns. It queues it up on those two. But they all are reductive. So every time with Relentless, you get an extra turn from Relentless, the next one is half, right? So you start with 18%, then it goes to 9%, then it goes to 4.5%, and vice versa. So eventually it becomes impossible to get another extra turn. It was just for that stage. Which stage was it in particular? Was it the stages tool you were trying to go to? Yeah, it's okay. Let me clear that page out. Hang on. Sometimes the website likes to cache a bad copy on some edge networks. It's kind of frustrating. It should be fixed in the next 5 seconds now, okay? Give it a control and F5 and it should be fixed. Okay, because Razorvarg is supposed to get seconds in before the first AoE, but instead he's going after and it fails, and it just it seems to show that this turn it should be ahead of the first AoE. So try increasing Razorvarg's speed by 1, Almighty Dobie. Should fix the problem. Hey Saf, have you fixed the tier list on Gnut saying... have you fixed the tier list on Gnut to say 12 books out of 12? Not sure what you mean. Hey Saf, are you the lead site admin for HH? Yes, one of them. It's saying 10 out of 10 at the moment. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean, Dane. Do you mean book priority? You have to be in more details. Yeah, Relentless is a bit hit and miss, Daniel. Sometimes people mislead, but generally it means if you've got like someone like a Whisper, right, who has a guaranteed extra turn, Relentless could proc on this, but it can also proc on this or this, and it can also proc when, you know, you just get more procs to it. Every time you take a turn, you have a chance that Relentless gives you an extra turn. So if you got a guaranteed extra turn, it means you've got another chance to get an extra turn, right? That's the way it should work. So, hey Saf, with ally protectors, what causes them to take too much more? What causes them to take too much more damage? Crit rate, crit damage. So if an enemy critically hits a champion that you have protected by an ally protector, what ends up happening is the way that ally protection damage works is it translates half of the damage raw into self-targeted damage, right? In order for me to take 50% of the damage, I have to damage myself. But instead of the critical rate flag, the thing that says this was a critical attack, that does before any critical multipliers or anything else gets added. 50% of that I attack to myself. But because that critical rate flag is still active, it means that it considers the self-damaging ability a crit, which means because it's self-damaging, it can only use the critical damage of the champion that's attacking, which in this case is your protector. So you need to have low critical damage to avoid having that situation, because what it will do is it will use the critical damage on the self-damaging attack, because it's going, well, you're attacking yourself, you've critically attacked even though you technically haven't, so I need to use your crit damage. It's the way it kind of works. Was Relentless also proccing on Uko better? Mighty Uko. Does he have a guaranteed? I don't think Mighty Uko would be